California Government Code Section 54953E as authorized by resolution of the City Council. Please contact city.clerk@mountainview.gov to obtain a copy of the applicable resolution. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, youtube.com/mountainviewgov, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period by visiting mountainview.gov/meeting to enter the Zoom meeting, or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 843-5126-7142. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. City Attorney Logue will make a closed session announcement, and then the City Council welcomes public comment on the items listed for closed session.
Good evening. This is Jennifer Logue, City Attorney for the City of Mountain View. Item 2.1 on the closed session agenda this evening, the City Council, acting in its capacity as the Board of Directors of the Shoreline Regional Park Community, will meet in closed session for a conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The property at issue is a portion of 1345 Shorebird Way. The agency negotiators are Angela LaMonica, Real Property Program Administrator, and Public Works Director Don Cameron. The negotiating party is Google LLC, and under negotiation are price and terms of purchase. Item 2.2 is a conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. The name of the case is Celerina Navarro, Janet Stevens, Armando Covarrubias, Evelyn Estrada, Gabrielle Jaime, Alma Aldaco, and all others similarly situated versus the City of Mountain View, United States District Court case number 21-05381.
Thank you. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on the closed session items listed on tonight's agenda? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. Seeing no members of the public wishing to speak, the council will now recess to closed session and return to this webinar at 6:30 p.m. for the regular session. See you then. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the joint special meeting of the Mountain View City Council and the Shoreline Regional Park Community of December 6, 2022. The city is piloting the use of Zoom automated captioning for this meeting. The content represents unedited versions of computer-generated captioning of city council meetings, which should neither be relied upon for complete accuracy nor used as a verbatim transcript. Please select Show Captions in Zoom to view captioning. You may also click on the caret up arrow next to the Show Captions button to select your preferred captioning language, alter captioning settings such as font size, or view the full transcript in a side panel. I will now read the usual announcement as required. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with California Government Code Section 54953E as authorized by resolution of the City Council. Please contact city.clerk@mountainview.gov to obtain a copy of the applicable resolution. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, youtube.com/mountainviewgov, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period by visiting mountainview.gov/meeting to enter the Zoom webinar, or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 843-5126-7142. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Here.
Councilmember Kamei.
Here.
Councilmember Lieber.
Here.
Councilmember Matichek.
Here.
Councilmember Showalter.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hicks.
Here.
Mayor Ramirez.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great, thank you. We will now proceed to item 4, consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. Would any member of the council like to remove an item for discussion? Councilmember Showalter.
Well, I don't want to remove an item for discussion, but I would like to make some comments. Is this the appropriate time?
Will you be seeking any changes to the item?
No. I'd just like to make some comments about them.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, well, item 4.1, that was some change to our council policies. And I'm just really glad to see that in particular, the changes to how we can distribute the reports that we collect when we go to regional bodies that we serve on has been made, really clear. Because I think that when we serve on these regional bodies, we want to go to the meetings and we want to represent Mountain View, and we want to come back with information that we've learned and share it. And that's been a little awkward previously. And this allows us to either send reports, send reports that we want to share to the clerk right after the meeting or after item 8. And I think that could be a big improvement. So I'm really glad to see that. And then I'm really about 4.3. This is the application for the state's pro-housing designation program. We have gotten a reputation for being strong on housing in the region, and I'm just really glad to see that we're going to try and make this official. I think that's good. There's a lot of benefits from grants and that sort of thing, so it's a good thing. And I just want to bring it to the public's attention that we're doing this, and also say to the staff, if there ever gets to be a point where advocacy on the part of city council members would be valuable, I hope that you'll let us know what that is. And then the last one I want to talk about is item 4.9. And this is the fiscal 2021-22 annual compliance report on our fees. And every year this is on the consent calendar. And it just always bothers me because this is an incredibly jam-packed document. It explains what our impact fees are, how much money has been collected over, with them over time, and what we're doing with that money. And I think that that's something that, it's just really important. And so I wanted to thank the finance department and all the departments that work on this, and just bring it to the attention of the public, because it is a very informative report about, some of the finances of the city. And I think many people would be interested, in looking at it. So those are the things I wanted to comment on. And if there aren't any other hands, I could make a motion, but.
I do need to take public comment.
Good point. Okay, sorry.
Problem. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? If not, then would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on any item on the consent calendar? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. First speaker, allocate 2 minutes. The first speaker is Bruce England. I will note that I do not have the ability to mute or unmute speakers, so I will need the assistance of staff.
I think we got it. Do you hear me now, Mayor?
Yes, we do.
Great. Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to comment. This is Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive. I just want to comment on item 4.7, 2310 Rock Street, accept public improvements. I've commented on these things before. I find that the reports are too brief. They don't really tell what sort of improvements have been made, say, to street lights, fire hydrant placements, sidewalks, and things like that. And even though the report notes that the city engineer has approved it and inspected, which is great, there also should be the ability for city council members to easily recognize what the changes are, and members of the public too, without necessarily having to go to the site to see them. It seems like a rubber stamp sort of process to me. I don't know if you council members agree with me on that, but that is how I feel about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other members of the public wishing to speak, we will return to council for action. And I will note that a motion to approve the consent calendar should also include reading the title of the resolutions attached to items 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3. Councilmember Showalter.
Okay, I move the consent calendar, including item 4.1, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending City Council Policy A13, City Council meetings to modify provisions governing attendance, parliamentary procedure, decorum, and written communications, to be read in title only, further reading waived, and adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending the City Council Code of Conduct to modify provisions governing rules of procedure and decorum, to be read in title only, further reading waived. And then item 4.2, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View modifying City Council Policy D13, Mountain View Employee Home Buyer and Relocation Assistance Program, to be read in title only, further reading waived. And item 4.3, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing application to and participation in the Pro Housing Designation Program, to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Second.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? If not, then we'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Showalter,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks,
Yes.
Councilmember Abe Koga,
Aye.
Councilmember Kamei,
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber,
Yes.
Councilmember Matacek,
Yes.
and Mayor Ramirez.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to item 5, oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any item for up to, and I'll adjust the time depending on the number of speakers during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. Would Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press star 9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on your screen. Let's go ahead and allocate 2 minutes. The first speaker is Stephen Goldstein.
Thank you for your time. I just wanted to address that recently the CSA has terminated the case manager regarding rental assistance. And from what I understand, the rental assistance program is supposed to continue until February 28th, because that's the end of the state of emergency regarding COVID. But they are now not have anyone to handle any cases. And because of that, they're not providing any rental assistance anymore. And I think that's a critical situation that I believe I emailed the information to the city council quite a few days ago when I learned about this. And it seems like it's not being addressed. And I think it may be important that if there is, in fact, allocated funds that have not been used yet, and yet at the same time there's no case manager at the CSA, well, then you're in effect now not providing the services that are supposed to be provided. I'm just a bit surprised about that. What's going on now is that I've had to apply for rental assistance through agencies other than the CSA in order to get access to the same benefits. So I would figure that the city should be dealing with that immediately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Alex Gotsis.
Hello there. I just wanted to raise an issue that has been of concern to members of the community living on Ortega Avenue and the surrounding areas. There's been recent organization around aspects of RV parking, and I think it's important that the city recognize the hardships of living in a vehicle and take a compassionate approach as opposed to a punitive one that gives people tickets and fines, compounding the root of the problem. I think it's important to provide more resources to those living in RVs, including safe places to park, moving in the direction of expanded access as opposed to what seems to have been the trend in recent years. Just for context, I am a resident on Ortega Avenue, and I have not had any of these residents perform a disruptive action, and there should be more safe areas for RVs to park. And these are people too who are members of the community, some for 20 plus years, as I've had discussions with some of them, and I can see that many people in the area would just like to see them go away rather than try and address their needs and the roots of the issues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Natalia Kliashkina.
Hi, hello. I would like to address the issue we're facing for the recent months, that there is a city graffiti. City graffiti regulations we have here, but no one's to respond to our report. So basically, for the last months, we reported multiple graffiti reports on the trucks we see on our street. Those trucks are inhabited, and there is no actions and no any answer from their abandoned from the city graffiti abandonment hotline, which is 650-903-6767. Also, I have left several reports for the Ask City Mountain View for the graffiti, and this is like my reports were redirected to police. They called me and they say that have no idea what to do with those reports because they are completely different department and they don't know how to react to this. Regardless, I had a confirmation email that my Ask City Mountain View report was redirected to the graffiti following to the graffiti department. So I have confirmation of that. So basically there is no way to do anything from our side and no way to react to the graffiti on the city streets.
Thank you very much, Natalia. The next speaker is Peggy Murphy.
Okay, I'm turned on now. I'm a resident of Ortega, and I too feel for the people who live in their RVs, but there has to be a better situation than this. There's graffiti all over the RVs, which they were supposed to be cleaned up, and they're not. The RV residents leave stuff all over the street, and they're just an eyesore. And my property value has been seriously damaged by the eyesores of the RVs. As I've said for many years now, I would like to see a safe parking lot like Moffett Field for all of the RVs that can stay there forever and have police and sanitation and showers. I realize this is very difficult to do, but there's got to be a better solution than just having them park on Ortega. Thank you. I think they could park on
The next speaker is Megan Fraley.
Hi, thank you, Council. As I'm a Mountain View resident, and I just wanted to speak today in support of Mountain View Council and continued kind of complex thinking about the housing crisis that we're facing in our state. I understand that due to the settlement, a few RVs have moved to Ortega Street, and there's some distress being expressed by residents or on Ortega. I drove down Ortega last night, and I'm sure there have been times where there have been more than 3 RVs, but given what I had heard in terms of the amount of vitriol on a Facebook page being directed at these people, I was surprised at the staggering kind of unimpressiveness of how many RVs were there. I'm sure that it is painful to see the RVs being a resident of or on Ortega, but I think sometimes what's painful for us is to look at the reality of our world and the reality in the state of California that we are facing a housing crisis, and there are families who have no other choice. And so while I feel for the residents having to look at the pain of other people, these are humans. And from my understanding, there has been pictures taken of these families. And I would ask the city council to just think about if there's ways to protect Mountain View citizens that are living in vehicles from harassment and discrimination. And I would also ask if we can look at easing the 72-hour abandoned vehicle rule to allow RV residents to park for a longer period of time without having to move. I think we all know these are our fellow brother and sister, and these are children. And we need to actually just think about how we together as society can respond and live with some compassion and allow these people to have dignity that they very much deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tim McKenzie.
Hi, all. I want to echo some of the comments that were made before, specifically asking for a pause on the 72-hour enforcement of the 72-hour traffic enforcement rule. From the city website, it says that rule, the 72-hour rule, is supposed to be dealing with abandoned vehicles. And if people are living in vehicles, kind of by definition, they are not abandoned. So it seems it seems counter to the stated goal of the policy to be enforcing the 72-hour rule for RVs that are inhabited by people. And additionally, just enforcement, like there was the Mountain View Voice article a month or two ago talking about police officers going and marking RVs with chalk. I think that seems like a huge investment of resources that could be better spent by the city. It seems a little below the dignity of our police officers to have them go marking with chalk. And if we're gonna go by the letter of the law rather than the spirit of the law, the text of the ordinance says that as long as I forget the exact distance, I think it's 1,000 feet or something like that, the vehicle has moved 1,000 feet, then it's fine, even if they go back to the same spot. And looking at the odometer counts, so marking with chalk actually seems kind of counter to if we're going by a letter of the law, and the spirit of the law seems contrary to enforcing it for RVs that are inhabited. So I'd recommend looking into a pause on the enforcement of the 72-hour rule. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Marguerite.
Hi, my name is Marguerite. I live on Ortega, and I'd like to offer some of my thoughts on the RV situation. And I just wanted to say that I walk on Ortega almost daily on the sidewalks, and I drive down Ortega because I commute as well. And I've never had an issue with any trash or like creating a hazard. I've not experienced any detriment to my living on Ortega by the arrival of the RVs since the settlement went into effect. And so I just wanted, with my remaining time, to highlight a few of the things that I just wanted to offer respectfully to the city councilors, just as a thought from an Ortega resident myself. First, I just want to really promote that these are people living in RVs, right? These are people, these are families. These are people who are on hard times, and it is really difficult to live in an RV and battling tickets and being buried in fines and being threatened with being towed and taking pictures of, other residents who are taking pictures of the RVs. That's like a really hard thing to deal with. And I just want to promote a compassionate approach to this that really centers the people who are dealing with this hardship. And to that end, I want to offer some ideas to help promote that so that these people have it, that the city has their back. Number one, to hopefully maybe ease the 72-hour abandoned vehicle rule to allow RV residents to park for a longer period of time without having to continuously move every 3 days, because that's hard to do. Number two, to look into expanding the lots and offering resources like free RV repair clinics.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor. Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive. I want to echo a lot of what's already been said on this, and I'll be brief, but bearing in mind both reasonable concerns and need for compassion and understanding across the board, we all need to share the load within our community. And keeping the dialogue open and having the city respond in constructive and reasonable ways. That's what I'm asking for in general. I agree with the ask for easing the enforcement of the 72-hour parking limit, even if it's a temporary measure. I know that all this is being explored. Expanding safe parking for sure, which has been talked about for a long time. That's a very hard one to accomplish. And specifically, I'm interested, and I know others are too, in looking at places like Crisanto again, where not the park side of Crisanto, but the side adjacent to the train tracks is actually a pretty suitable place for the RVs to be, I think. And if there's any way that that can be considered or explored, I would sure support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dennis.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Yeah, I'm also a resident on Ortega Avenue, and since October, I've encountered many issues personally. Anything from people sleeping in the park or going through obvious drug withdrawals in the park by, uncontrolled shaking, trash on the street, trash on the sidewalk, noise at odd hours, walking down the sidewalk through like clouds of marijuana smoke. Not to mention, noise and pollution coming out of the vehicles. So I would like to ask the city to please increase enforcement of the 72-hour rule. Please respect your laws and enforce, things like abandoned vehicles, abandoned RV trailers. Your website says that there's laws against those things, but the police officers are saying they're told not to enforce those laws. So I think this is really not serving your community, and I'd like you to ask to please have stricter enforcement of your city laws. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Alex Brown.
Hey friends. I live in North Bayshore. I'm in Santiago Vela. We've had people living in their vehicles alongside the streets for years. Since I moved out here, I've never had any issues with them. Every single person I've met who's been living on Space Parkway or La Avenida has been nice, a good person. Sometimes grumpy, that's fine. They're people. They don't need sympathy, they don't need pity. They're humans. Leave them alone. Let them live. If there are other problems people have with the city, if there's things that the city can do to help people in their communities and their neighborhoods, cool. Let's do it. Let's clean the streets. Let's add more public toilets. Let's do things that help everyone. But let's let the focus be on a positive thing where we're helping people, not trying to other and demonize your neighbors, the people who live alongside you, who you could instead, meet and be friends with. Like a person, like a human being with a soul. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other members of the public wishing to speak, we will proceed now to item 6.1, Valley Transportation Authority Board of Directors, Mountain View nominee for alternate. I will now call for nominations for one council member to stand for election as the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority Board member alternate from the Group 2 cities for the 2-year term beginning January 1st, 2023. And then I believe we could also invite Public Works Director Don Cameron, if she's not already in the panel, to answer any questions. Does any member of the council have questions? Seeing none, would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on your screen. Seeing no members of the public wishing to speak, I will now bring the item back for council deliberation and action. Councilmember Kamei.
Thank you, Mayor. I defer to Councilmember Matchek. I'm not sure she has a question, so I'll just.
Sure, no problem. Councilmember Matchek.
No, I didn't have a question. I had a comment. So it seems like, based upon the criteria, that Councilmember Kamei is the only one that meets the criteria. She served on the PAC. She has 4 more years on the council, and they're looking for somebody who could potentially be the representative in 2 years, if I've got that right. And a lot of us won't be on the council. So I'll nominate Councilmember Kamei.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to second that nomination.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? If not, then we'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Abe-Koga? Aye. Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
So motion carries unanimously.
Great. Thank you very much. So I'll now read. So we'll move to public hearings. Item 7. 7.1 is the downtown precise plan temporary office limit and phase 2 prioritization. This item will not be heard this evening. This item will be renoticed for discussion on a future date. And that brings us to item 7.2, 1265 Montecito Avenue Affordable Housing Development and Funding Appropriation. While we bring in all of the panelists, would any member of the council like to make disclosures? I will start by disclosing that I met with the applicant. Councilmember Matichak.
I've met with the applicant a couple times and I've been to the site on my own.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. I also have met with the applicant a few times and visited the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. I've also met with the applicant several times and have been by the site.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yes, I met with the applicant and have been to the site.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
I met with the applicant in the past and just visited the site again today.
Very good. Thank you very much. Now we will proceed to the staff presentation. Senior Planner Edgar Maravilla and Senior Housing Officer Deanna Talavera will present the item whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council members, and members of the public. My name is Edgar Maravilla, Senior Planner for the City of Mountain View, and today I'm here with Senior Housing Officer Deanna Talavera and Deputy Zoning Administrator Rebecca Shapiro to present a 100% affordable housing project proposed at 1265 Montecito Avenue. The project is located on the southwest corner of Montecito Avenue and North Shoreline Boulevard. Approximately 1.04 acres and has an existing 12,300 square foot vacant two-story office building, proposed to be redeveloped into an 85-unit, 100% affordable housing project. The parcel is surrounded by multiple uses, including to the north, a shopping center anchored by a Safeway grocery store, to the south, a 3-story multi-family residential project, to the east, a self-service car wash, and to the west, a 2-story multi-family residential project. This is a NOFA project and has gone through 2 additional meetings to release funds as shown in the slide. The project was also presented at several meetings, including a neighborhood meeting, NOFA review, City Council funding reservation, 2 Development Review Committee meetings, an Environmental Planning Commission meeting, recommended approval, and today's meeting. The project is a 100% affordable housing project proposing 85 units affordable between 30 to 60% of the average median income. The site has an existing general plan designation of neighborhood commercial and a zoning designation of CN, neighborhood commercial, not currently allowing for residential uses. To allow for residential uses, the applicant is requesting a general plan map amendment to high density residential and a zoning map amendment to R4 high density residential. The project has also been processed by way of a development review permit, a heritage tree removal permit to remove 6 heritage trees located within the proposed building footprint in the bio retention area. Further, the project was also evaluated by way of an initial study pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. Site plan. Parking for the site is provided in an at-grade podium garage level tucked behind the building area with a raised entry plaza along Montecito Avenue. Vehicle access to the garage is provided via a single driveway entrance to and from Montecito Avenue along the westerly property line. The project includes a bicycle room facing North Shoreline Boulevard, allowing for easy access, shown in blue, There are also several open spaces amenities, including a small gathering space with a barbecue area in the southwest corner shown in orange, a children play area, and other smaller amenities shown in yellow. These spaces are connected via exterior stairs to a larger landscape podium courtyard on the second level. The project also includes off-site sidewalk upgrades. Specifically, the sidewalk width will be extended from 5 feet to 10 feet to accommodate landscape and 10 new street trees shown in purple. The project was reviewed by the Development Review Committee and recommended for approval with 2 conditions. To fill in the void left by the removal of the second-story balconies on the west elevation to meet fire clearance, and to work with staff to provide a high-quality smooth stucco finish. Overall, the design is a simple modern design with a mix of 6 primary materials, including stucco, horizontal fiber cement siding, vertical cement siding, cedar siding, decorative metal panels, and accent steel in limited locations such as the project frontage. The color palette is primarily gray and a warmer orange color with a bright red accent color employed at key locations. Overall, the project is compliant with the applicable R4 zoning regulations pursuant to the provisions of the state density bonus law. The R4 standards allow up to 80 units per acre and 84 units per this parcel size. The project is proposing 85 units, 1 more than the allowed city density. For that reason, the applicant is requesting a 1.2% state density bonus. Per state density bonus law, the project qualifies for 4 incentives, concessions, and unlimited waivers. The project is only requesting 1 concession to provide no additional personal storage. The proposed units will include bedroom closets, and some units have additional common area closets, but no additional personal storage above the typical residential storage would be provided. The project site is located within half a mile of a major transit stop, downtown transit center. Thereby, it qualifies for state density bonus parking requirements, which are 0.5 of a space per unit. Therefore, this project is only required to provide 44 parking spaces, and they are providing 45. Overall, the project is compliant with the applicable R4 zoning regulations pursuant to the allowed provisions of the state density bonus law. The next slide will be presented by Senior Housing Officer Talavera.
Thank you, Edgar. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Deanna Talavera. I'm the Senior Housing Officer with the Housing Division. As Edgar mentioned, the project was brought to the NOFA Committee and the City Council in June of 2021, where a funding reservation of $16 million was approved. Of that, $1.3 million was approved and appropriated for pre-development activities. Today, the City Council is being asked to appropriate the remaining $14.7 million of the loan reservation. I'll quickly highlight 2 of the project sources of funding. The first is the City of Mountain View's loan. The City of Mountain View approved a reservation of $16 million in June of 2021. And the second is the anticipated funding from Santa Clara County. The project will apply for $18 million in county funds, which are included in the city's MOU with the county. Per the MOU, if the county is contributing more funds than the county will own the land, which is the case in this project. Following our review and evaluation of the project, it does meet the city's goals and objectives to expand affordable housing opportunities to households that are otherwise left out of the Mountain View housing market, particularly families. There's a high demand for affordable family-sized housing units, and these 2 and 3 bedroom units will serve extremely low and low-income households. The project also meets the City of Mountain View strategic roadmap goal of increasing the quantity and diversity of housing options, including assistance for the unhoused. In fact, this project will bring much needed rapid rehousing units to our community, which will increase opportunities to serve many of our unhoused residents in Mountain View. And finally, we're excited to work alongside Charities Housing and the county to move this project forward. With that, I'll hand it back over to Edgar to continue his presentation.
Thank you. With that said, here's the formal recommendation as shown in the staff report. Staff recommends the City Council approve the proposed project as conditioned and appropriate the requested funds. Thank you, and that concludes staff presentation. More than glad to take questions. As a reminder, the project applicant also has a presentation and they could also help assist in answering questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Edgar and Deanna. We will now have a presentation from the applicants, Kathy Robinson, Director of Development, Charities Housing, and John Sheehan, Principal, Studio E Architects. Whenever you are ready.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This is Kathy Robinson. I am the Director of Development for Charities Housing. And with me this evening is, from Charities Housing, is also Joe Head, our Director of New Development, John Sheehan, a Principal at Studio E Architects, Kevin Bassett, Studio E Project Architect, and Laura Burnett, the Landscape Architect. And so any and all of us are available to answer questions after our short presentation. Kevin, can you bring up the presentation that we have, please?
I'm promoting Kevin to panelist, so we may need to give him a few seconds.
Thank you.
And Kevin is now in the panel.
I'm just going to take a few minutes and tell you a little bit about Charities Housing. Many of you know us. We have a couple of other developments in the city of Mountain View, so I'll be very brief so that the architect can really present the meat and potatoes of all of this. Kevin, you want to advance, please? Thank you. So Charities Housing is a nonprofit housing development corporation. We've been in business about 30 years, and we primarily focus our attention in Santa Clara County. We have a portfolio of about 1,400 affordable apartments. That's our specialty. And we have a number of developments under construction and entitlements as well. As Edgar explained, our Montecito Avenue affordable housing development is 100% affordable, although we are leaving ourselves a little flexibility to go as high as 60% AMI. We actually have performed it at this point so that we can serve, and it works to serve families from 30 to 50% area median income. And our average affordability is actually below 40% AMI at this time. We're targeting large families. And as you can see, half of our units are 2 and 3 bedrooms so that we can really serve families who are really struggling at this time to find places to live in our community. Just a couple words about the Montecito site. It's such an excellent site for affordable housing. It's proximity to bus routes and the Caltrain station and the Safeway right across the street, parks and schools. Really, when we're looking for sites to build affordable housing, we're looking for rich sites that just like that are very rich in amenities that people can walk to and easily get to. So this is really an ideal site from our perspective. Sustainable strategies are important to Charities Housing. They're important to our design team as well, because Charities owns and manages all of our developments for 55 years plus. It's really important to us to build into these new developments all of the sustainable features that we can, so that the buildings and the communities are affordable to operate and sustainable for the long term. This will be an all electric building. And oh, that's fine, Kevin. Sorry. I think our last slide is just indicates the services that we provide for the families that will be living in the development. This is standard in all of Charity's housing developments. We provide service, enriched housing so that people can become successful and be the best that they can be. So that includes a whole litany of services, food delivery, case management if people need more intensive services to be successful. And with that, I would like to introduce Kevin Bossette from Studio E Architects so that he can provide a little more detail about the design of the building and our thoughts around that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kathy, and thank you, council members. So I wanted to begin by describing how we arrived at the current massing strategy. We identified the zoning envelope for the R4 zone, which is a 15-foot setback on all four sides and a 60-foot height limit. Within that, we developed a conventional layout of double-loaded corridors, 5 stories high. And then if you look at diagram 3, you can see we actually were able to increase the number of affordable units and reduce the bulk and mass of the building by splitting it into 2 and connecting the 2 halves with an aerial bridge. This allowed us to create a larger entry plaza for the residents and also take landscaping up and over the building and spill down into a rear play area. Over the last 2.5 years, we've worked with planning staff to further refine the massing by adding rhythm with recessed balconies. We've lowered 2 corners of the building nearest to the intersection and adjacent structures to better relate to the lower scale residential on either side of us. We've added bay windows at the corners to improve the transparency along the street frontage. And in the last image, you can see we have continued to bring the eye down and reduce the scale and bulk of the building and activate the street frontage through the use of awnings, accent materials, and planting along Montecito Avenue. This is an aerial view of the project as seen from Montecito Avenue. You can see the corners of the building are stepped down 1 story to better relate to the 2-story buildings neighbors to the east. And they're clad in an accent material of vertical batten siding with a red oxide color. This is the ground floor of the project, showing how we have pushed all of the common residential program of the community room, offices, lobby, and mail up towards the front of the site, which is accessed off the large entry plaza. There's a large stormwater basin along the sidewalk, which captures and treats all of the roof runoff for the entire project and provides an interesting low, lush landscaped frontage for the project. The parking is accessed from a driveway along the west side and is tucked behind the common area, so it's less visible. There's bike storage and a manager's unit with a private at-grade entry patio at the intersection of Shoreline and Montecito. And all of the mechanical spaces are pushed to the very back of the site, including the transformer, trash, and utility spaces. And there's a laundry room with direct visual access to the play area and teen spaces. On the upper levels, this is level 2, you can see the massing strategy at play with the 2 buildings at an angle to each other, connected with an aerial bridge with a landscaped podium that connects the front plaza and the rear play area. These are eye-level perspectives from Montecito showing how we have used accent materials and have stepped the parapets up and down and back and forth and added awnings and detail to the private balconies to further reduce the scale and bulk of the building. The ground floor has enhanced materials such as tongue and groove siding and floor-to-ceiling storefront windows to further activate the street frontage. And this is a view of the entry plaza with an accessible ramp and a staircase with an entry trellis that welcomes you up to the entry plaza and spans over the stormwater treatment area that runs along the entire length of the project. And at the rear, we've taken the same care to apply the materials from the front of the building to the rear. So the stair tower is clad in the same accent material, and the rear play area has a rubberized surface with natural play elements, including boulders and climbing logs. And the rear elevation has a lot of the same elements as the front, including parapets that step up and down, lap siding accent material at the recessed portions of the exterior wall, decorative balcony guardrails, and the accent the vertical red oxide batten materials at the step-down volumes and stairs. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does any member of the council have questions? Vice Mayor Hicks. And can we close the slide, please?
So yes, I do have a question. First, I actually think this is a really well-designed project in terms of, I'm very impressed with the landscaping and the architecture, but now I'm going to ask a question. We did get that, I'll say that those comments for comment time. We did get one public comment letter that I thought was something I should ask about. It was a person saying we're going to see hopefully a lot more pedestrian activity, walking across the street to the grocery store. I know I sent my kids to the grocery store when they lived at home with me, and walking other places. So there was, the question was on how the sidewalks would be enhanced. The author of the letter said that they were broken up now. I imagine they'll be repaired, but will there be additional crosswalks to different places in the, we were shown all the different places you could walk. Additional crosswalks, particularly to the grocery store put in by the city. And also, well, maybe I'll start with that. Will there be, I assume there'll be improvements in the sidewalk if it's broken up at this point or in poor repair, but will there be additional crosswalks? And then I'll ask another sidewalk question.
Vice Mayor, if you can give us a couple of minutes, I just want to confer with Dawn and Edgar to see who best can respond to this question.
Okay, then I'll move on to the second question about sidewalks. I feel like I'm seeing different things in different places. I believe that Mr. Maravilla said that the sidewalk would be expanded from 5 feet to 10 feet, if I heard him right. That comment kind of flew by fast for me, but is that going to be a 10-foot sidewalk? I also saw a planting strip and then sidewalk. I just am interested in how the city is improving walkability around areas like this. And in particular, I'm remembering when my children were younger and I wanted to make sure they could go out and do things around and be safe while they walked places. And of course, I'm interested in the safety of adults as well. So how wide will the sidewalk be? Will there be a planting strip dividing it from the street? How is all of that going to work?
I'll let Dawn answer the crosswalk and intersection questions, and then Edgar should be able to respond to the width of the sidewalk. So.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. What I want to note is that the intersection of Shoreline and Sterling is part of our Sterling Bike Improvement Project. It's a federal grant funded project to make a series of bike and pedestrian improvements. And as part of that, we will be upgrading that intersection to a protected intersection with enhanced pedestrian crossing facilities. So that is a city project. We're almost nearly done with design. It will be under construction soon. That project also includes adding a mid-block crossing across Shoreline to improve access to Safeway. While that may not directly benefit this development, it will overall improve community access from the other side of Shoreline to the Safeway. So that's the piece I can speak to. As for what the development will be doing for its exact frontage along the sidewalk, Edgar, can you provide more information on that?
Yes, definitely. So they will be going from an existing monolithic sidewalk with no landscaping to a detached sidewalk, which will be a 5-foot walk with 5 feet landscaping to include 10 new street trees.
So if I understand, it will be a 5-foot sidewalk and then 5 feet of landscaping?
Correct.
Okay, well, I'm not going to complain about that for this particular project because we're too far along, but I think for a building of this height, we should actually, 5 feet is, I live in a single family neighborhood and we have 5-foot sidewalks. They're kind of the minimum for people to walk two people to walk side by side. So for future projects, I'm going to be more on top of it early on. Unfortunately, I read this letter late in the process, and I think we should be getting more than 5-foot sidewalks, but I'm glad to hear about the planning strategy.
Thank you. Assistant City Manager Shrivastava, did you want to respond to one of the questions?
Sorry, just a comment from the Vice Mayor. I think these are very helpful, but we're going to have to build it into our street plan so that we are not catching applicants off guard. And so I think, you know, maybe I could work with Dawn to see where we have the opportunity to widen sidewalks and provide street trees, because the space we take away, take 4 sidewalks takes away from the building area. We're actually taking building area away from, so we're trying to strike that balance.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I'm concerned about the number of parking spaces, given concerns we've heard about other recent affordable housing developments. And so I was wondering what the backup plan is for additional off-street parking for this development, if the amount of parking that's provided is not enough.
Councilmember Matichak, as you know, the city is not required to require parking. And I don't believe we have a backup plan. Our assumption is that charities will be informing people about the number of spaces, and maybe I can have Kathy respond to that to make sure that they're monitoring the parking.
Yes, I can speak to that. Parking over time, as you can imagine, has changed from when local jurisdictions have pretty significant parking ratios required per unit. And interestingly, in a number of our developments, we're substantially overparked. We've built expensive parking spaces that aren't being utilized by anyone. 50% of the units in this development will be for people with 30% of area median incomes and below. And our information, what's proven to be the experience in the developments, many of our developments, is that people at that income level often do not have cars. They just simply can't afford them. You can't afford the upkeep, can't afford the insurance, the registration, and our property management monitors that very closely, and we don't allow cars to be parked that aren't registered and aren't insured, and so parking spaces are available for folks who do have cars that they're utilizing. The backup plan could potentially be that if it appears that people need assistance with accessing alternative forms of transportation, we have on occasion provided transit passes. That is effective in some cases for those who need to have that access, and that the system takes them where they need to be. And so we care a lot about being good neighbors and not impacting the surrounding neighborhoods with people parking from our development. And I'd like to assure you we'll be very diligent about it.
Are the spaces assigned, or are they just open?
Yes. No, they are assigned.
They're assigned.
So we know who has cars and who's parking in the parking lots. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? I have one question. Oh, Councilmember Liebert, go ahead.
Mary Mayor, thank you so much. I just wanted to confirm my understanding of things is that the number of parking spaces is pursuant to the state law. So it's not really a decision that we can make at this level, because I know that we'll get questions from the community later about it. Am I understanding it correctly?
Correct. You are right, Councilmember Lieber.
Okay, just wanted to confirm for the public that are tuning in.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Hicks.
All right, Councilmember Matichek's question triggered another question for me. So are the parking spaces going to be bundled? In other words, does each person, each apartment get one space? Or if I don't own a car and my neighbor owns two, can they get 2 spaces while I have 0? How will that work out?
My expectation would be that as people move into the development, they will have the ability to sign up for 1 parking space if they have a car. And then as the building fills up, if there are extra parking spaces left over, then people with more than 1 car would be assigned a second space.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Very much. I've got a quick question related to the challenge of steering tax credits. I know it's competitive. You don't have a great deal of time to do it. And I'm wondering if staff can maybe share, is there any way we can work collaboratively with the applicant to maybe expedite the building permit process and make sure they are able to get their application in time for tax credits?
I can respond to that, Mayor. We're happy to work with Kathy and her group to see whatever we can do to expedite the review for the building permit. I think based on Charity's past experience with the city, I believe that we'll probably have a very successful first building permit application. And so we could certainly work with them on a timeline.
Very encouraging. Thank you. And then maybe for my benefit, what would be the deadline to compete for tax credits?
Well, our expectation right now is that, assuming council approves this evening, our architectural team is ready to start working on the building permit plans, the construction drawings right away. And our intention is to try to apply for tax credits the first round of next year, 2024. We were amazingly successful this year. We just had 2 projects approved by the Tax Credit Allocation Committee in this last round that was just awarded. And so if we're successful, we don't have a schedule yet for the Tax Credit Allocation Committee, but if history repeats itself, the first application round will be somewhere around March or April. They'll award 2 months later, and then we have to start construction in 180 days or we risk losing our credits. So we have to be ready to start construction by fall of next year, spring of the following year at the very latest. So it gives there's probably 8 months of time that we have to be in the building department before we're going to absolutely have to have building permits granted.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. And I don't think it's a secret to anyone that the challenge with time is that it is not our friend, especially with inflation, construction costs going up astronomically. So thank you very much. Are there any remaining questions? Not, then would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. We do have several members of the public wishing to speak, so let's allocate 2 minutes, and we'll start with Ali Saperman.
Good evening, Mountain View Council members. My name is Ali Saperman. I'm here on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition to speak in strong support of 1265 Montecito Avenue, which the Housing Action Coalition enthusiastically endorsed. With our affordability crisis, it's critical that we invest in new affordable homes that are located near amenities, especially development near transit. In terms of affordability, bringing a 100% affordable project to the city of Mountain View will enable the most vulnerable to have the opportunity to flourish. This project creates 85 affordable homes. There's an admirable mix of homes of varying sizes that allow for a diversity of households with a mix of new homes at different income levels, 28 units for those earning 35 AMI or below, 15 for those households at 40% AMI or below, another 15 units for those earning 50% AMI or below, and 26 units at 60 AMI and below. It will also include 42 rapid rehousing households, which will be critical in serving Mountain View's most vulnerable. In terms of transit-oriented development, this project is extremely well located for transit. Within half a mile of the development, there are numerous VTA bus stops, a VTA light rail station, and Mountain View Caltrain station, providing accessible and environmentally friendly transit for existing and future residents. The project also includes 85 bike parking spots. There will be 45 parking spots for a home to park ratio of about 0.5, a figure that is lower than most surrounding developments. We commend this project for prioritizing space for people over space for cars. Really hope that you approve 1265 Montecito Avenue tonight without delay. It was so important that even though I'm losing my voice, I had to call in support. So I hope this moves forward tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ali. The next speaker is James Kuzmal.
Good evening, council members. James Kuzmal speaking both on my personal behalf and on behalf of Mountain View YIMBY. I just wanted to say this is an excellent project that we wholeheartedly support. This will bring more affordable housing into our community and help reduce housing prices and provide affordable housing for everyone. This is right next to the Safeway I use on a weekly basis. I strongly look forward to being able to walk by it every week and welcome all my new neighbors to the neighborhood. The two comments we had are more about going forward rather than this project in particular, which are firstly, this project needed to use a state density bonus and rely on state law to reduce the parking minimums. This helps signals that both for affordable housing and for making market rate housing more affordable, we really need to be able to reduce parking minimums so that people aren't having to build parking they don't need or don't want. And I would encourage council to continue to look at improving that situation, since even this project with the state density bonus benefits is still building technically one more parking spot than is strictly required. And the second category is we would love to see more spots throughout the city zone to allow this sort of development without council intervention. The fact that we tend to focus these developments on high traffic car corridors tends to run me the wrong way. It can be good for some types of transit access, but suggests that the only appropriate place to put affordable housing is on the noisiest and most polluted corridors in our cities, which is antithetical to what I think the city should be encouraging. But overall, it's a lovely project. I look forward to also seeing this come online alongside the Shoreline and Shoreline road improvements so that there's better bike and pedestrian access to this project. And thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is David Watson.
Hello, I'm David Watson. I am also a member of Mountain View YIMBY, same as James. For the most part, I just want to sort of agree with everything he just said. I actually am really excited for this because I also live on Montecito, not too far from this project, and I'm really happy to see it move forward. He talked about there being parking minimums, and again, I echo parking minimums on a affordable project, or really any project, are bad policy, and we should not require especially affordable housing developments to provide any number of parking spaces because it makes it more expensive to provide this important service of affordable housing in our communities. I know I've spoken to more than one of you about the Donald Shoup's high cost of free parking, and he's very clear that there's a lot of evidence, including literally from studies of Mountain View, that parking requirements are bad and unproductive, and we should get rid of them. I'm happy. I'll be happy to see this project moving forward, and I hope that we can do whatever we can to make other projects like it possible in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bruce England. Bruce, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you.
Okay, do you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Okay, thanks, Mayor. Okay, I'm going to speak for two different organizations here. I'm going to split this up. I hope it'll be clear. Speaking for Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning only, it's great to see this project moving forward. Among other things, it provides much needed housing at all needed affordable levels. Kudos to Charities Housing and Community Development for their great work moving this forward. The natural materials are great to see in all aspects of the building materials choices and in included amenities and open spaces. We support the inclusion of unbundled parking as well as limiting parking overall and seeing the permit process for this project expedited as much as possible. Now, also for MVCSP and for Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition Mountain View team, we're disappointed that the Hetch Hetchy right-of-way extension apparently can't be entertained through association with this project. If we had it, we could have direct access for pedestrians and bicyclists to Rex Manor Park, Farley Street, and the Permanente Creek Trail to the west. And we'd be able to further leverage other ped bike improvements in the area. Even though I appreciate the challenges with gaining approvals for these uses from the SFPUC, I feel the city, and we feel the city should engage with them whenever opportunities arise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jordan Grimes.
Yes, good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor. Jordan Grimes on behalf of Greenbelt Alliance. We have endorsed 1265 Montecito and strongly urge your approval of it tonight. We really appreciate the extraordinary effort that Council has gone to in order to make this project a reality. You've truly gone above and beyond what most cities would do and really do deserve commendation on that. We do not see this kind of effort everywhere, and Mountain View has consistently been a leader in this regard. I should say that Greenbelt does not endorse every project that comes before us, nor is every project we review an easy vote by our endorsements committee. This one was. And that's because it perfectly embodies exactly what we look for and talk about in terms of smart development principles. It is close to high quality transit, to services, to grocery stores, to schools. It is in an area rich in both resources and amenities. The sustainability, green aspects like rooftop solar, the 100% electric component, considerable bike parking, drought-tolerant landscaping, etc., are really second to none in projects that we've seen across the Bay Area. And then just when it comes to affordability, this is going to sound like a broken record to everyone here, I'm sure. But there's obviously an extreme dearth of extremely low and very low income, not only in Mountain View, but across Santa Clara County. This will go a long way, really, to helping families afford to live in the area, as well as to helping with RHNA and really showing a good faith effort at a time when many cities are struggling to do that during the housing element process. So we really appreciate all your work here, and we urge you to approve it tonight. Thank you so much for your time, and have a great evening.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ingrid Granados.
Hi, can you hear me? Good evening. Hello.
We can hear you, Ingrid.
Okay, there we go. So my name is Ingrid Granados. I'm here with Destination Home, and I'm strongly supporting the proposed general plan amendment for the 100% affordable housing development at 1265 Montecito Avenue. As we continue to grapple with the severe housing crisis and the homelessness crisis, this new 85-unit development will bring several dozen desperately needed affordable apartments to our community. We are particularly happy to see that this development sets aside apartments for extremely low-income households and families that are enrolled in the rapid rehousing programs, which is precisely the type of housing that we need to really address the homelessness crisis and end homelessness in our community. The development consists of 2 and 3 bedroom apartments. It includes play areas, a community room, and other common open spaces. These amenities are a great fit for struggling families. 1265 Montecito is situated close to grocery stores, transportation, as others have mentioned, such as the bus, light rail, the Caltrain. It's also close to parks and pharmacies, elementary schools. These are all amazing amenities that really make this location great for families to have access to community resources. Building more affordable housing remains the most impactful action that we can take to address our homelessness crisis. And we urge you to approve this proposed development without delay. Thank you for your time and your continued leadership and commitment.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Celia Paymer.
Hello, I'm Celia Paymer. I'm also throwing my support in for this project as a former neighbor to that area for 10 years. I lived off Granada. I think this is such a good improvement to the neighborhood. It used to be a office park that was almost always empty, with somehow always a sprinkler had broken and pouring out onto the sidewalk. So it's nice to see that this is going to be updated and upgraded to be a much more usable space. I'm sure the businesses across the street will be great for residents, but also the residents are going to be great for those businesses. There's some ones over there that I've always sort of struggled, and having so many people able to walk to them will be great. Also, I know Councilmember Hicks was looking at transportation. I'm glad to hear that that intersection is going to be improved, but there'll also be the improvement to the overpass over Central and the train tracks along Shoreline. So hopefully future residents will also be able to actually get their stroller up that hill, which I struggled with. So I'm really excited for this, and I hope that council continues to encourage this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jessica Martin.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jessica Martin. I'm speaking on behalf of Silicon Valley at Home. And we just want to express our strong support of this project. We think it is wonderfully designed. We really love the fact that it's surrounded by transit. And we are especially pleased by the inclusion of so many family-sized apartments, including a few that are designated for rapid rehousing families. Yes, we just thank you, and we would like you to support this. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Alex Brown.
Hey, Al. I agree with the previous speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Hala.
Yes, good evening. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Good evening, Mayor and City Council, City staff. My name is Hala Al-Shawani, a longtime resident of Mountain View. I wanted to also express my support to this development and this project. Having projects, residential projects that are 100% affordable housing, especially for low and extremely low income families, is really great. This is what we really need in Mountain View, more and more of these developments that are designated for affordable housing, as many as possible. The only hesitation I have about this project is the fact that they are removing 6 redwood heritage trees, mature heritage trees. And I wish there was a way that they can incorporate these heritage trees into the design, or maybe even move them. I'm not sure how large they are. Some redwood trees actually can be relocated. That's really the only downfall that I see about it. But overall, providing that many units with 100% affordable is a great thing to do. And I'm very pleased to see that project take place soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other members of the public wishing to speak, we'll now bring the item back for council deliberation and action, and I'll note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the ordinance and resolutions attached to the report. Councilmember Showalter.
Well, I'd just like to add to the sort of choir of people that are singing the praises of this this project. People have been, I've seen it a number of times, especially through NOFA, and I was very, very pleased to be able to support it there, and I'm pleased to be able to support it here. But one of the things that I kept count on ever since I was on the Planning Commission and watched affordable housing projects go through. Luckily, in Mountain View, we watch a lot of them go through, is I do a count of the number of financing parts that are with each project. And over the years, I've seen them range from 15 to 7. This one's at 9. And I just bring that up because I think it's demonstrative of how much really skill and expertise is involved in getting these projects through. And we have developed the staff expertise to do that. And I'm really proud of that. I'm really proud of our city for doing that and for continuing to do it. And I'm really proud of the staff that has that expertise. So I just, I want to mention that. It looks like there are a lot of other hands. I'd be happy to make a motion, but are there comments or Mayor, what's the? Okay, I'll go ahead and make.
Go ahead and make a motion. That's fine.
Okay. I'm going to move the staff recommendation to adopt a resolution of the City of Mountain View adopting the initial study negative declaration for the 1265 Montecito Avenue residential project pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act to be read in title only, further reading waived. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a general plan amendment, map amendment from neighborhood commercial to high density residential for the property located at 1265 Montecito Avenue to be read in title only, further reading waived. Introduce an ordinance of the City of Mountain View approving a zoning map amendment from the CN neighborhood commercial zoning district to the R4 high-density residential zoning district for the property located at 1265 Montecito to be read in title only, further reading waived, and set a second reading date for December 13th, 2022. Adopt a resolution of the City of Mountain View approving a development review permit to construct a 5-story affordable housing development with 84 affordable rental units and 1 manager's unit with at-grade parking and a state density bonus with a development concession and a heritage tree removal permit to remove 6 heritage trees at 1265 Montecito Avenue to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Hicks.
I can second that motion as I'm strongly supportive as well. I'm going to, as probably other council members are going to make a few comments on why I support the project. And I won't list all of them because speakers have been very articulate tonight, and I would say a lot of the same things they said. But the several things I wanted to highlight is first, at the beginning of our council meeting today, there was some talk of homelessness and people living in RVs, and I think the solution that probably all speakers and everybody attending this meeting would like most is that those people be housed. And I think this is a step in that direction, and I wish it were a quicker step. And then the other things are, I really appreciate the architecture and landscape architecture of this project. And I'm raising that in particular because sometimes people believe that when there's affordable housing in their neighborhoods, it's not as attractive. But I actually think I actually really think that the cladding is excellent. The massing, I like the way the architect explained how they got to the particular shaping. I think some of people in attendance don't like rectangular buildings, and not rectangular buildings, they're creative shapes. So there's that. I particularly appreciate the play area because it's not plastic rubberized surfacing with a standard plastic and metal play structure that frankly a lot of the kids I've been around get tired of. It's a more natural space, and so it's nice when kids can go outside in the city and be in a natural space that leads to more creative play. And then I look forward to, I like the fact that the grocery stores across the street and other pedestrian-oriented amenities, and I look forward to continual improvement of pedestrian amenities and biking amenities in the area so that people really don't feel that they need cars. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to keep it short as well, as I do also echo a lot of the comments that have already been made. I'm 100% supportive of this project. I'm very happy to see it moving forward. I was actually thinking it's moved relatively quickly compared to other affordable projects we've had in the past. And as you see the number of steps it takes and the funding, the complicated funding scheme you have to come up with, I really appreciate that it's, I think, moved along fairly at a good clip. And so thank you to staff for your hard work, and thank you to the applicant. I have high regard for Cherry's Housing. I had the opportunity to serve on the board for a short while before I came back onto council. So I am very familiar with their work. They have another project in Mountain View, and their high reputation. So it's great to have them provide another project. I think this is a great location, as mentioned. I think it does provide opportunity for walkability, as mentioned already, but the shopping center, but also as a family focus, or the project that allows for families to live there. There is a elementary school close by. Downtown's not too far. I actually used to live in the Rex Manor neighborhood, very close to this area. So very familiar with the walkability. And as much as, I will say I am, sad to see some of the heritage trees being removed, but it has many benefits. The project has many benefits, so it's a good one. And as I will just comment, though, I appreciate the comments about parking and trying to reduce parking. But, I shared my story at the other affordable housing project that we opened. I forget when it was maybe the summer. I was approached by one of the residents there saying that there was not enough parking in their project. And unfortunately, transit is, not quite sufficient. I do worry, being on VTA, we're talking about not so much VTA, but other transportation agencies facing a fiscal cliff. But we all in the transportation world are experiencing some challenges, and so without a real guarantee that service levels will even continue at what we have now, I think we do need to continue to provide some parking for folks who do need to get to work in a car. So I think this is a good balance, and the fact that we are reducing parking requirements is a good step forward. So with that, I just want to offer my comments of support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamei.
Thanks, Mayor. Just wanted to thank staff and the applicant. I think that this it required some creativity from the last time we saw the project. And I just want to thank both parties for bringing forward such an incredible project. I've been excited all night to see this. I think, as was mentioned in public comment, so I won't add anything additional, but there's two things that I wanted to highlight that I think are really important. This is I believe the third or fourth Measure A funded project that will be coming into the city of Mountain View. I'm really happy about that. I think that that is something that we should all be proud of. The city, our partners, and the community. I think it's also important to be changing the face of our unhoused community. And with rapid rehousing, these are people that may have had a unfortunate emergency incident like healthcare emergency or laid off, who are looking for a more stable housing situation. And because of the 2 to 3 unit bedroom units, we'll be able to do that for our families, which I know is a priority for our entire community. So I just wanted to highlight that, and hopefully we can continue to see creative partnerships. The other thing I want to mention is, yes, the county is contributing more, so it will be owned by the county. And I just want to continue to express my hope that we can have city-owned property, and making sure that that is on the table still as well, because I think that it's a difference of $2 million for this site. And I really think that, having things within the city's purview in perpetuity is something of importance. So just wanted to highlight that. Thanks, Mayor. Oh, and I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I really believe that this is going to be a beautiful and very useful asset for the city. And so I want to give my compliments to Charities Housing and city staff and our county electeds and county staff as well, and the voters for making this happen. It's obviously going to be a tremendous benefit for the families who live there, but it's also an enormous benefit for anyone in our community who might be reliant on hospital workers, grocery workers, childcare workers, anyone who is at the lower end of the wage scale, but is an essential worker for everyone else in our community. And I think that this development and others like it are going to really be a boon for everyone in our community in that sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. It sounds like a lot of us are very familiar with the area because we lived there close by, and I did as well. I lived on Montecito, just a few doors down from this project. So yes, I'm also very familiar with it. I do appreciate that there are larger units. I know there's quite a demand for that. But I think we also need to keep in mind that the county is prioritizing who will be living in these units. And so this is a county-wide benefit as opposed to just a Mountain View benefit. I appreciate that this is a compliant project, although I will say I do have concerns about the parking. While they are providing a very modest, or they're leveraging a very modest amount of the state density bonus law that allows them to use the state rules regarding parking, but you can always provide more if you want to, if you think that the residents that are going to live there might need it. As we heard, there is at least one other complex where parking is a challenge. And, we don't have great public transit here. I feel like we just have to admit that. We really need it to be better. And in the meantime, I struggle with asking our most vulnerable residents to commute by bicycle, or, what if you have 2 jobs and you're racing between those? That's tough to do if you're on a bike or trying to use public transit. And so I think we need to recognize that a lot of people still are using vehicles, And I personally don't want to make it harder on folks who are struggling by not giving them a place to park. I wish there was more personal storage. You know, when you have these larger units, you might have more stuff you want to store, especially bulky things. So I'm kind of disappointed that that is not being provided. I also am disappointed that the city isn't providing more funding for this project so that we owned the property. I do think there are huge long-term benefits for the city owning the property. And so I wish we would have done that on this one. But it is a compliant project, like I said, so I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take a quick turn. First, I will be supporting the motion. I'm grateful that the applicant is providing the focus on family units. We are in desperate need of family units, and it's great to see so many in one project. I'm also glad to see that we're focusing on extremely low and low-income households. So pushing down the AMIs to the greatest extent we're able to, I think, has also been a focus for this council. And this project does both, and that's very exciting. I do appreciate that there are compromises made along the way. I personally support the parking reduction. The affordable housing provider is a very experienced one, and I'm trusting them to right-size the parking based on the needs of the people that they serve. But I understand. I think that the point is well made that that may be a trade-off for some people. And I think the other challenging point that has come up is the difficulty in finding funding for all of the projects that we want to deliver. With the $66 million deficit projected based on the study session we had in August, we have to make some trade-offs, and I think using our funding as prudently as we're able to and leveraging the external sources of funding as best as we're able to, I think will help us deliver as many projects as we're able to. So very supportive of the project. Thank you, staff, for your good work. I agree with Councilmember Abe-Coca. It's great to see a project that requires a general plan amendment and rezoning go through the process very quickly. That's very exciting. And thank you also to charities for working on this. I'll note 100% of our public speakers supported the project. 100% of the council supports the project. I wish you were here in the panel, Kathy, because I'd love to ask you, don't you wish that the city of Santa Clara were more like the city of Mountain View? And with that, let's have the roll call vote.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Abe-Coca?
Aye.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Yes.
Councilmember Matichek?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed to item 7.3, Downtown Precise Plan Update Phase 1, and bring back Senior Planner Edgar Maravilla. You're doing double duty today, thank you, and also Long Range Planning Manager Eric Anderson. And whenever you're ready, feel free to begin the presentation.
Sounds good, thank you. Let me go ahead and share the presentation. Okay. Good evening again, Mayor, Council members, and members of the public. As previously mentioned, my name is Edgar Maravilla, Senior Planner with the City of Mountain View. And today I also have the great pleasure to be presenting the Downtown Precise Plan Update. And today I'm here with Long Range Planning Manager Eric Anderson and the project consultants, which include Ruchura Guru, Rick Williams of Van Meter Williams Paula, and Livy Seifel of Seifel Consulting. Here's an overview of the project. In 2019, Council approved the scope of work for the Downtown Precise Plan to encompass Area A, G, and H, historic preservation, development, and design character, and ground floor activation. Since then, staff held several stakeholder meetings with developers, property owners, business owners, and neighborhood groups and neighborhood groups. Information gathered at the event was presented at 2 study sessions, one with the Environmental Planning Commission in May of 2021, and one with City Council on June 2021. At these study sessions, Council directed staff to remove the historic preservation component from the downtown precise plan, directing staff to instead update the city's historic preservation ordinance. This is a separate process that is currently ongoing. Council asked staff to update the design standards, supported disallowing administrative office on the ground floor of Castro and the side streets of Area H. More information on the upcoming slides. And Council asked staff to conduct an economic vitality analysis for Area A, G, and H. At the most recent September 2022 Environmental Planning Commission hearing, the Environmental Planning Commission recommended approval of the Downtown Precise Plan Phase 1 with the following comments. Include a standard for corner lobbies, which has been included. Prohibit non-conforming admin office uses after a period of vacancy, only if it does not require more outreach. Per staff analysis, modifying the non-conforming language would require more outreach to business owners. Intent and overview. The goal of the Downtown Precise Plan update are to provide clear design and historic design principles, provide objective design standards, encourage active uses that preserve the look and feel of downtown, and strengthen the pedestrian level experience. As mentioned in the previous slide, specific outreach was conducted to multiple stakeholders. In February 2021, meetings were conducted with business property owners, Chamber of Commerce, the development community, and neighborhood groups. In August and September of 2021, 2 open house meetings were held in person in downtown. In August 2022, the draft amendments were posted online and a presentation was given to the Downtown Committee. Ground floor office. To encourage ground floor activation and per the direction received at the June 8, 2021 City Council study session, the Downtown Precise Plan update would disallow administrative offices only on the ground floor of buildings fronting Castro and the side streets of Castro in Area H. Existing administrative offices would be allowed to continue. This change does not impact offices such as law firms, architects, and other local services. Administrative offices would continue to be allowed on floors above by way of a provisional use permit. Development and design character. Area A, G, and H were updated to be consistent with one another. They now follow a similar flow. Uses were organized into charts, making them easier to read. Multiple figures were included, like the figure on the screen detailing minimum requirements, and guideline paragraphs were converted to objective standard. Specific development and design standards now include Area H to be allowed a maximum office FAR of 2.75. Buildings will require character changes at least every 75 feet. New historic adjacency standards. Buildings must provide traditional building material and minimum window and frontage design standards to strengthen passive pedestrian activation. Economic analysis. A high-level economic analysis was conducted. The key findings showed downtown has desirable characteristics, but competes with a retail region that is mature and well-developed. Restaurant and fitness uses are growing in the retail world. Downtown currently allows for both uses. The findings also highlight the proposed updates would not change feasibility of project/updates, as many of the standards were previous guidelines which staff would strongly recommend. Now we will be able to require through the development review process. Further, the economic analysis evaluated constraints and found that retail rents do not financially support building upgrades. Restaurants rarely financially support exterior building updates, as interior upgrades can be sizable. The analysis also evaluated possible city interventions, such as enhance the public realm and public experience of downtown, including nighttime lighting, more seating, open space, landscape, and areas that expand and promote activation. Much of what is being proposed by the ongoing streetscape improvements in the outdoor pedestrian mall being undertaken by the Public Works Department. The analysis also recommends the city promote a diverse set of retail offering and experience in a high-quality shopping environment, something that could be further explored by the ongoing citywide economic vitality analysis being led by the Economic Development Division, and overall encourage upgrades and other complementary infill development. With that, staff recommends approval of Downtown Precise Plan and Here are staff recommendations as shown on the staff report. Thank you for your time. Staff and the consultants are happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Does any member of the council have questions? And can we remove the screen share, please?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I think this is, I generally really appreciated the recommendations, but I'll save those comments for later. I have several questions. One is that the economic analysis, part of the economic vitality strategy that I think was attachment 8 that you referred to. It said a lot of things that I appreciated and agree with, that, you know, retail and areas with retail and restaurants, retail is changing a lot. There's a lot more online shopping, things that I think all of us know. So that places like our downtown have to be more of an experience. There has to be more placemaking. They have to be more destination oriented. So the economic analysis said that in multiple different ways. My question is, I think that we're going to probably have the economic vitality strategy will come to council. But my question is, if suggestions come out of that regarding placemaking, and particularly ones that would apply to the downtown, will there be a way to circle back and put those into the precise plan, particularly in the areas we're looking at, AG and particularly H, which is, I mean, it really is if you're talking about experience, destination, placemaking, it is the primary place at this point in Mountain View. So that's my question. How will we come back and re-engage if we get suggestions from that dialogue that we may have at a future time?
Vice Mayor, if I may address that question, the answer is yes. We have several opportunities. You know, even with the Castro Pedestrian Mall, we're putting many of these principles in effect for the pedestrian realm, both in the interim, and then we'll be looking at it for permanent. So that will be very encouraging, where the city looks at the public realm. But the precise plan was intended always to have a phase 2, where we look at the overall precise plan, and we could certainly circle back with many of these recommendations, as well as the ones we developed through the economic vitality strategy, to make sure that they become part of either the public realm or the streetscape plan, so that you know, many of these buildings that are older can be positioned in a better way to capture the market. And then some of these will involve education and our work with the chamber. In fact, we just had a meeting where we talked about how important it was for the chamber to be a partner in making sure that businesses understood what their options are. And then we will have to look at many of the development standards, including parking, as part of all this.
Right. Yeah. So I just want to make sure that if some things come out of that that would require precise plan amendments, that we'll be able to do that. Sounds like we will be. Okay. That's good. My second question is that so I live in the downtown area and have a lot of neighbors who also live here. And I get a lot of comments on, I appreciate the fact that that you're recommending not to have administrative office on the ground floor, but I get a lot of comments on food services on the ground floor that are not open to the public. And in particular, there's one on Church and Castro that people complain about to no end. And so I'm wondering whether we need something in addition. I mean, it's not an administrative office. Do we need some clarifying words about no food service, no private food services on the ground floor or no lobbies on the ground floor. That's also, I think there's a building on Villa called Bryant Plaza that I've also heard a lot of complaining about because it's a lobby on the ground floor and it's designed as a lobby. So I'm wondering if we should insert, if you think there's any usefulness in, I mean, I guess it doesn't hurt to insert a few words just to be super specific about those two things so that nobody says that by right they can do that, you know, and then it's no longer a public, it's not open to the public, it's not activating this space. So what are your feelings about?
I would say lobbies are typically on the ground floor, and we have several examples of building lobbies. I mean, if you look at some of the busiest, most pedestrian-friendly cities, they do have lobbies and people do go in and out. So we do see this as a ground floor use. And so what I would suggest, Vice Mayor, is for us to maybe take it up as part of the whole gamut of land use discussions as part of the next phase, to take a look at, you know, what truly activates the street, what's the reality of the world, you know, because one of the issues we have to look at is it better to let something sit vacant as opposed to allowing a certain use? And so some of these things we want to sort out and bring back to you as a result of some of the economic analysis and the economic vitality strategy. So my suggestion would be to give us a little time to look at that before we make any changes. But lobbies, I do know I think 660, the Le Boulanger building, for example, has a building lobby on the ground floor and an entrance. And so we do have some of those uses. So it'd be very hard to prevent them. So I would suggest not making a change at this time, but giving us some time as part of the phase 2 to look at those issues.
Yeah, that's, I mean, so I'm mulling that over now. But I have to say at the same time, the precise plan amendments that are being suggested talk about on the first 3 blocks in Area H, allowing the buildings to go up beyond the current 1 and 2 stories, in many places to multiple stories with step backs. That all sounds fine to me, but it could, if we allow lobbies, it could create a situation where much of the downtown is offices with lobbies on the ground floor. And that's not going to be a vibrant situation. That's not something, you know, if we allow that by right, I'm going to be very unhappy. So, you know, one lobby after another stretching down much of the downtown is something that I really would not, or private food services. I think that we need some language. You know, I do what you recommend, but those are things that are concerning to me because they have happened in the past. And then my last question is about, I think on pages 67 and 95, it refers to parks and open space in the downtown. And I think it says that we should have 10 feet of open space and a 6-foot walkway minimum. I believe the walkway is a sidewalk, so that the 10 feet could be a planting strip with a 4-foot planting strip with a 6-foot sidewalk. I'm concerned that that as I go taller, when I go to other cities, the 6-foot is a fairly minimal sidewalk. And when I go to others, I went to Chicago, they had 30-foot sidewalks. I don't think we need that here. But a 6-foot sidewalk is pretty narrow if we're going up a number of stories, like 4 feet. You know, volume of new people that we're putting on the street, it would tend to push people into the street and also not allow kind of sight lines so that people can see around corners. And I think we ran into this problem when I was recused from it, but I listened to it when we were doing the Sobrato office on the corner of Church and Castro. And I think so that building was, the plan is to build it to a fairly narrow sidewalk and take out the green space. And I think the green space allowed sight lines for people. So when kids run out of the library in Pioneer Park, for instance, you could, which my kids did a lot. And then cars are pulling out, it was safer. And I think very narrow sidewalks in very public places are not a good, with higher buildings are not a good idea. I'm not concerned about Castro Street if we close it to cars. People can spill out on the street and not be pushed into the street. But I am concerned in some other areas, and I'm concerned where the police station is right now, that if we build, I'm all for that's area, geez, is it area A or G? You know, I'm concerned that if we go up several stories to a 3 or 4 story housing project or police station, I know it's an urban area, we can build the sidewalk right up to the building, but if that's gonna be a 6-foot walkway or a 10-foot setback, I think that's not adequate for, and I think we'll run into the same problem that we did with the Sobrato building. And council members will say, yeah, it doesn't look right, but there's nothing we can do because it's by right. And I think I'm wondering what you would suggest doing about that. Maybe it's something that I'm not going to change it all right now, but maybe it's something that you look at and come back to us, because I think it's a problem.
Yeah, I think that's certainly something that we will need to take a look at. And, you know, for example, the Sobrato building was in Area J. So as we do the precise plan phase 2, I think some of the questions we're going to have to ask ourselves is, you know, what kind of streetscape do we need? Do sidewalks have to be wider? Do we have to raise FARs and densities to make up for the difference? So we need to kind of do a little more careful looking at this, but we can certainly make notes for that second phase and make sure that we're including some of these recommendations.
Sorry, Assistant City Manager, let me just jump in here. The standards in the precise plan at this time are for private property. They're not for sidewalks. So we developed a new standard that sets minimum widths for pedestrian paths through open areas on private property. Now that updating the sidewalk dimensions, if that's something that you're interested in doing as part of phase 2, that could apply more broadly to the precise plan as a whole, especially along with other public improvements that are happening, you know, like the pedestrian closure of Castro and other improvements. So focusing narrowly here on private property.
Okay, that's good to know. I'll say I'm recused from phase 2, so I'm not talking about that. But it is something that I'm concerned about. Actually, I brought this up under the previous agenda item. I'm actually concerned about it all over the city, that as we go taller, we need to, you know, we can't create tall auto-oriented suburb. We're trying to create an urban place that allows people to walk and allows crowds to walk on the street without being pushed into the street, and, you know, allows sight lines and looks and feels appropriate, so you don't feel like you have to get in your car because it has a tiny little sidewalk next to a tall building, you know, where you're squeezed between a tall building and a street, a busy street. That's what I want. And I think we're not Mountain View in particular, but I think much of Silicon Valley is kind of not looking at that enough and ignoring pedestrians. So yes, I would like to see that wherever we can. And those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I was wondering whether medical offices and dental offices would be included in the administrative offices that are not allowed, or would they be allowed?
Yes, they would be allowed provisionally, but we have a standard that says that you can't kind of close off the windows or reduce the pedestrian interest with a provisional use. So a dentist office or a medical office would have to be designed in such a way that there is some kind of retail or shopping interest in the front. A good example of that is there's an optometrist on Castro Street. And so, of course, that has a kind of shopping experience in the front. There are also a number of other medical uses that are sometimes associated with like spas and things like that, that where there might be some kind of, products in the front for spa type products, shampoos, soaps, things like that. So those types of things would be appropriate.
Good. I think that's part of what we can fight the Amazonization. Is that the word of our shopping areas? But one of the things that I was really surprised by as I read through this was kind of the lack of discussion of windows and what needs to be in windows. It seems to me when I think about the vibrancy of the downtown, what really is a bad thing versus a good thing is vacant storefronts with dirty windows. And there's nothing in here about that. And I think that is a big, or is there? Did I just not see it? I can't say I was studying some other things a little more than I studied this one. Is there something about, vacant windows?
I'll let Eric expand on this, but I think we look at development, and then if there are issues with operational, we have to kind of do the high touch, going and meeting with property owners and trying to get them to comply, because that's really what you need. We could write the rules, but and the property owners know what the rules are, which is they're supposed to keep their property clean. They're not supposed to, leave their property in disrepair. But a lot of this then becomes sort of the back end with planning, economic development, sort of combination of people going in and meeting with them. So I'm afraid it's probably not something we can resolve with a precise plan or just having wording. It actually requires us to, it's implied. And even if we did word it that way, we would still need to do all this additional work. We have the tools in order to enforce it. I think the problem is property owners are just not interested or resisting. And that's been our history.
Well, I think, it seems to me that 10 years ago, if you had said that, I would have thought, yeah, that makes perfect sense. But now when I walk down Castro Street, I see 20, 30, maybe 40% of the storefronts are vacant. This is not a sort of a one-off kind of problem. This has gotten to be a pervasive problem. And so I think that we need to, or I would posit that maybe we really need to be hitting it on all fronts. And having it included in the planning document is one of those fronts. And I also am a proponent of, maybe this is getting into comments. I think it's more valuable to have explicit statements of what is expected and required than implicit ones. And I was looking for comments about windows and I didn't find them. So I would think that would be true for, for other owners. So I really think we need to, if what we want to do is make our downtown vibrant, which is what I want to do, I think that's what we all want to do. We've got to get on top of this, this vacant windows problem. And I would, I'm not sure where the appropriate place for that is. But I would think we need to have some sort of a rule that says basically something along the lines of, if your property is vacant for more than, say, 3 months, 6 months, you've got to put in attractive displays in the window and or allow the city to do it and pay the money. I mean, I think we need to work on some stuff like that. So I'm not sure whether this is the right place for them, as I said, but I just feel like it's not a one-off issue anymore. It's gotten to be really pervasive. So I'm very concerned about what is the best way to tackle it.
I think you bring up some really good points, Council Member, and ones we've been asking ourselves. These issues are exactly what we hope to tackle in the economic vitality strategy and bring a slew of issues and items. And to the extent that we could fold it as part of a land use document, we will look at doing that. So I know that, we have to look at what rights the city has on private property. And so we need to sort some of these issues out, but we get the point. And then we've got the economic vitality strategy that might have programs. We have the phase 2 update that could build in any land use items. And then certainly we'll be working with the chamber on doing a lot of the outreach. And I think areas A, G, and H are the ones that we want to focus on. And they're very aware of the, not just the council, but the community's frustration about this.
Thank you. And I would also wonder, does this fall into the realm of a public nuisance? And is there some hook that we have through that? So
yeah, we have used that in the past. So, we try the high touch, we work with the chamber, and then, our what I call our last resort is, reluctantly to move into the enforcement realm. Because we know some of these property owners are hurting, they're not able to, but we also know those who are just resisting a lot of this. So we'll have a slew of actions we can recommend as part of the economic vitality strategy. And some of these can get folded into the precise plan, but some of those will have to be other actions that we work on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lieber.
Well, perfectly timed, Mayor, because I want to echo Councilmember Showalter's comments, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000%. And I'd like to know about the businesses in Area H that are boarding up with raw plywood. And how do where does it go to prohibit that? And I think it's way beyond the chamber. We've kind of played footsie with that for, quite a while now, like the entire time that I've been on council. And we've coddled the property owners, some of which are low income and struggling, many of which are not. And it's really that they just don't give a damn. And so how do we get to the point of actually moving? Is it in this precise plan that we can say you don't board up with raw plywood in Area H? And if not, where do we put that? Because it's got to stop at some point.
Yeah, the precise plan allows us to go and enforce some of this because the rules are very clear, and raw plywood is not one of the finishes they're allowed to have. And so let us get back to you. I think we can certainly report back to the council as part of some of this work in terms of, I know we're working with economic development planning and public works are working in sync on several things going on along Castro, and we can expand that to frustrations on the side streets and kind of back with the strategy.
I think we've got to find out here on council how we get enforcement, at least on Castro Street, and economic development, the chamber. We're going to talk to people. All these different things don't work, and so we've been trying that through a lot of different venues, and it's gotten to a breaking point. So that's what I really want to have some hard answers about. And on the subject of the windows, I was really frustrated to read that on, I guess it's page 8 here, about the administrative office uses on the ground floor. So way back when, we had 303 Bryant Street on the corner of Bryant and Dana, and it was gonna temporarily, for a couple years, be administrative offices for PayPal. And then it was going to go to ground floor retail, but we gave them like a couple years to, you know, do this. So now, flash forward, it's 20 some years later, and the windows on that building are all black mirrored windows. So it is absolutely positively the dead zone. And I can say that there's no woman who wants to walk by there. And you know, I didn't see anything in here about people that are just, you know, gaming the system. All that I see is permissiveness for the black mirrored windows, because we're going to grandfather it in and then just leave it that way. And so I want to, like, how do we get, what should we be doing to get to the point that we don't have this going on, and this kind of gaming of the system going on?
Council member, I think I'll let Eric maybe respond to, I don't have the background on the Bryant and Dana project. I'll let him respond to the history on that, and we can discuss what the precise plan can do.
Sure. So I don't have all the history on the project. Clearly, you know, the building is in a location where, as part of Area H on the cross streets, it was encouraged, it's always been encouraged that there be retail there, but administrative office allowed as a provisional use. They do have a provisional use permit for ground floor office in that location. This was exactly the discussion that we had with EPC, and EPC was asking whether there should be some kind of phase out. You know, just in general, it's good to remember that when a use or when a location has a provisional use permit, that use permit does run with the land. And so the city can't, in general, historically, the city has allowed uses to continue in such situations when they become non-conforming until such a point as they become vacant for a period of time. Now, the language in the draft language before you doesn't have that, must become conforming if vacant for a period of time. And that was a lot of discussion with the EPC. Should we force them to become something other than admin office if that space is vacant for a period of time? Staff determined that it would require more outreach with the property owner, that it could we had published this draft previously, and that to change this between EPC and council could be an issue with this and a few other property owners in the area. We did a count of how many admin office uses there are currently on the ground floors in these areas, and there's only about 2 or 3, including 303 Bryant. So the gaming of the system, I think is a consideration for council. And if you're concerned about this particular location, it's certainly council can direct staff to, or can adopt the recommendation with a modification to end that that non-conforming status after a period of vacancy. But that was the discussion with EPC and the status of 303 Bryant. Does that answer your question?
Partially, and I want to confirm my understanding of it. So my sense of things is that it will likely never go through a period of vacancy because it's office space, it's in a prime location. We've been permissive about allowing them to completely black mirror out their windows. And so there's never going to be a time when it's vacant for, 6 months and we can say, hey, now we need to go back to what you agreed to initially or what the conditions of development were. And so do we have anything that deals with, I noticed that the office that's at 250 Bryant Street, their windows are obscured, but I think that they're translucent. And so they don't give the same sinister, we don't care about this street at all. We're only here to suck out what we need and take off. But do we have any way to deal with the mirrored windows? I know that down here in area E or whatever's below E, where the vice mayor talked about the folks that have a cafeteria on the ground floor, and then there's smashed food against the window that just sits there for like 2 months. And no one cares to clean it up. And I don't know how we could deal with that. But do we have any rules about black mirrored windows?
I think Edgar can confirm, but there are standards. There is a standard that a minimum of 60% of the ground floor building facade along Castro and 45% of the ground floor building facade across cross streets shall have windows or doors. This is, let's see.
Eric?
Yeah.
We also included standard language in area A, G, and H that only transparent glass shall be used for windows or glazing at the ground floors.
Right.
So that is a new standard. It was previously a guideline, but now it will be a standard requirement.
I do see that it says mirrored or reflective glass is not allowed on a street or public open space facing building facade at any level. Only transparent glass shall be used for windows or glazing on the ground floor. That's for area H.
So fantastic. So what can we do about 303 Bryant, and how fast can we do it?
I'd have to look into any past permit that they might have had for that facade. If it as a non-conforming situation, it could be a situation where they might need to ask for another permit. Although this is one of those fairly that's the worst case scenario, but that's something that we can look into in terms of enforcement of any kind of previous permit or previous design review.
Okay, I would really, really appreciate that. And I know that we have various places in the downtown that I've forwarded the addresses to staff and said, hey, this is really off from what the developer agreed to. And luckily I was here 20 years ago, so I remember some of these ironclad commitments from various folks. And I think that I'm really interested to see what we could do, because they're just laughing all the way to the bank, and it's beyond the chamber, it's beyond economic development. It's are we going to be real with people? Because I know that, you know, homeowners, we have code enforcement, and if somebody is straying on their outdoor storage, and or they have a condition where they have maybe some hoarding going on or something like that, we have actual people that go in and, you know, help to get it to stop. But then when it's major office buildings, we're just kind of not able to really get to the point. So thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. I had a couple questions. One of them was about the pipeline provision. So I know that there was another question that was submitted via council questions about the projects that might be exempt. And I know that in our staff report, it listed a September 22 date. I do know that there's another project that has been in the works for, gosh, I think since I was on Planning Commission, so over 4 years now, at 705 Dana, where they were trying to acquire the parcel next door, and then that didn't work out, and it's a long-term ground lease, and so there isn't as much flexibility there. And so, you know, with that September 20, I think, what is it, applications received by September 15th, 2022, is there any way that council can give feedback tonight that can maybe extend that to the end of the year, you know, December 31st, so that that last application that I know that's been hanging out there for quite a few years can be also grandfathered in, or will that not be an issue given that it would be a long-term ground lease without a lot of different provision that can go forward?
Well, that's really up to City Council. I mean, our goal with this, these amendments is that they would, they're largely designed, and they're largely focused on standards that have already been part of discussion with, you know, over the last few years, because this has been general direction from council to have buildings look more historically appropriate in downtown. In addition, the FAR cap, the max 2.75 FAR office, which would, which is part of this precise plan amendments, is higher than the project that was submitted at 705 West Dana. And then lastly, they are proposing ground floor, you know, not office on the ground floor. And so again, that is consistent with the major changes that we have in the precise plan. So it's really up to council when you want to set the grandfathering or the pipeline provision. But you know, this particular project, and you know, I can't speak for them. Obviously, there may be other issues that they have with the precise plan amendments, but we did talk to them during the process, and so it really is up to council and whether the there are specific standards that you may want to grant that flexibility to for that project, or other projects that might come in the next month.
Okay. I think high level, what I'm hearing from staff is, given the staff recommendations tonight, that project shouldn't have an issue because they're pretty consistent with the direction that we're going in relation to the downtown precise plan amendments. So we don't need to worry about the pipeline provision date. I think that's what I'm hearing. Is that correct?
I mean, I would say, again, I can't speak for the applicant on this issue. They may be, you know, planning to speak tonight or something like that. So I think the, you know, we have been keeping an eye out on 4 projects, and things that we've been reviewing informally as we've been developing these and kind of looking out for these potential issues. We've also been very transparent with the community about these standards. We haven't gotten comments of concern on these standards, so from those particular applicants. So I think that's what I can say, and that we continue to recommend an earlier pipeline provision date, because when you set the pipeline provision date later, you might get shenanigans, people submitting things half-baked. And so that is something to consider as well.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to surmise from the staff answers to my questions. So I'm comfortable then with the staff recommendation of the September 15, 2022 date. It sounds like the project that I was asking about that's been in the works for several years would adhere to the direction that we're going in, not consulting with the applicant, but that's what it sounds like. So that is what I am going to take away from this exchange. And so that's fine by me. My second question has to do with, we've received some constituent emails about vacancy tax. And I know that we as a council have discussed that a bit. So is that something that council can expect to hear as part of the economic vitality study report, or when will that be part of the, that is, okay, I'm seeing
Councilmember Kamei, yes, you can expect that issue to be reviewed as part of the economic vitality strategy. Okay. And we'll bring that and other options for council to look at for vacant buildings and vacant and ground floor.
Okay, so I think, I'm going to save my comments related to our relationship with landlords for that discussion. But I do want to add something to the specific amendments that I thought was lacking, and I'm not sure the place where we can put this in, which is last year in particular, when I was mayor and I went and I did visits with businesses on Castro, a lot of the feedback I received was about lighting, particularly related to safety, and that often there are issues in certain parts of the downtown area because it's not as well lit. So in particular, Cherry Lane in area A that is right next to our public parking garage. Cars drive through it. There's also kind of random parking spots. It's quite dark. It's not very safe, but we have a crosswalk or a pedestrian walkway that brings you to that parking garage, and that's not very well lit either. So I don't know where that amendment can be, and I would maybe put that under the bucket of like lighting infrastructure, because a lot of the comments I got were related to safety. So I'm not sure where we could include that, but I would say to me that includes all areas of the downtown precise plan. So would look and ask to staff about where we can discuss that as a council.
If I may, Don Cameron, Public Works Director, I will note that about 3 years ago, I believe it is, we completed a downtown lighting study that went through the entire downtown area and made recommendations for improving and enhancing lighting overall, but also taking into consideration dark sky compliance. What we need to do is go back and look at it again, and the goal was that all the recommendations combined would, of course, be dealing with what we would do in the public right-of-way, which is mostly what you're talking about here, will be major infrastructure projects, fairly costly. And one of the goals was to look at putting in into the capital improvement program over time, starting to work on these lighting enhancements throughout the downtown in phases. So we will take this back, and I'll make a note that we need to look at that and see what we can start integrating into our 5-year CIP starting next spring in terms of both money and project management.
Great, thank you. Because I think, to me, the CIP project list sounds like the right place, but I feel like it's also kind of tied into what we've been talking about with like the pedestrian mall and the infrastructure we're trying to create there. So I see those as closely aligned. And so hopefully we can kind of weave those together as well, which I'm sure you're already doing, but just wanted to ask that question. And then the last question I have is about the amendment table. So for, I appreciate the table. I know that we've been talking about, we talked about tables in a different meeting, but I really appreciate the visual representation. But when it talks about areas implemented, so, and it talks about the previous standard guideline, so there's none. So when was this implemented? Because council would be approving the amendments tonight. So can I get some clarity on that?
Sorry, are you asking about a specific standard?
All of them, because a lot of them say none, or it says a previous standard, and then it says areas implemented. So when we have tonight's action, then will these be implemented, or I'm just trying to understand that part of the table, the visual representation.
Yes, sorry. I think we were just trying to be efficient in terms of space because those particular categories had less information, so we stacked them. They're not related to each other. So all of these are new standards that are before the council tonight, and if council approves the staff's recommendation, they would all be adopted in the areas so designated. When it says previous standard or guideline, that's really just saying, is this taking a previous language and modifying it or promoting it from a guideline to a standard? That's all that section is talking about. Does that answer your question?
Yes. So I'm just going to reiterate to make sure that I heard correctly. So on the table, when it says the previous standard guideline, you're just telling us what the current status is for the city in the downtown. And then for the areas implemented, this is where on our downtown precise plan map, these will be implemented when we, fingers crossed, approve everything tonight, correct?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the clarification. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry to double dip, but a question was occasioned by some of the answers that were given to Councilmember Kamei's good questions. And so I'm very glad to hear that council will get information about a vacancy tax for our downtown. And is there a process by which we could get information about an eminent domain strategy in terms of the buildings that are just derelict?
Council member, I think we'll have to take that back and discuss it because eminent domain implies the city would take it over. And I don't know that we have a funding source. And I think I'm going to have to definitely discuss it with the city manager's office, public works, and the city attorney's office to see what options we have. And we can fold any and all options related to vacancy into the economic vitality strategy to look at best practices. And based on what we find, you may or may not find that as a recommendation, but we can certainly look at it.
Yeah, I think that would be very helpful. And from the council perspective, it would be very helpful to know what are the parameters on ongoing situations. How many years do we need to wait with buildings that are completely derelict before we could take an action? And I think we've kind of gotten to that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I did have one question related also to the pipeline provision. I believe somebody had submitted a question in advance of the meeting, and the staff response indicated that the Marwood project would be exempt including their proposal to revise their parking. And I wanted to better understand that. I had thought that they had submitted a new application. So I'm curious, can staff help me understand how exactly they are benefiting from the exemption if they are basically starting from scratch and submitting a new application? Or am I wrong in thinking that?
So they're submitting a modification to their previous approval. Their modification has very little change to the building itself. I will note that we used a number of a number of projects that got council approval to help kind of guide some of the standards. And so I don't expect the Marwood project to be inconsistent with any of the adopted standards. Nonetheless, it's possible. But yes, to just clarify, they are submitting a request to a modification of a previously approved project. And we're reviewing that now along with the development agreement to help support the additional parking downtown. So that's what their project request is, and that would be the action that the council would be making with the project.
Okay, and I know we've done outreach, and I'm guessing that Marwood was included in the outreach efforts. Do you happen to know if they submitted any comments about any of the modifications proposed in these amendments?
No, they haven't submitted any comments about it. Yeah, and I'm the project planner for Marwood as well, and so I've certainly been speaking with them directly about it, making sure that they're looking at it and reviewing it, and letting me know if they, through the outreach process, letting the city know if there are any concerns, and we would have included that with any public comment to council.
Okay, great, thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
So I'm sorry, I'm double dipping as well. I never know whether to put things I'm going to say into comments, questions, because they seem to slide from one to another. But I'm thinking a little more deeply about the issue of ground floor lobbies, about disallowing administrative offices, but allowing ground floor lobbies. That idea is concerning to me, particularly because many of the developers I talk to prefer to just administrative office and don't want to be bothered with anything else. And it seems like we could end up with one after another building that's kind of like the is it 303, the Bryant Plaza, with the entire bottom of it a lobby. Now I can see putting in lobbies as a certain small percentage of, no more than a certain amount so that you can get into the building, basically. But I'm wondering if staff has some way to make sure that, I think we're just opening up the door to saying we're disallowing administrative offices, but in reality allowing them because the first floor is a lobby and the rest of the floors are administrative office. So I would like to hear some way of preventing that, or I think we'll be sorry later. And I'm wondering if you have any ideas on that.
Sure. We did talk about this a great deal, and we discussed a lot of potential quantitative standards for limiting, how much of a ground floor can be an entrance to upper floor uses and things like that. In the end, there is a lot of discretion that goes into these kinds of review, especially at the informal review stage, of where the boundary is between a lobby, a space that's primarily just about entering and exiting the office, as well as maybe some kind of, desk or something like that to help orient people. And something that really adds to the admin office space in the building. So, any kind of, meeting space or anything like that certainly wouldn't be allowed on the ground floor. So that is, I think, something where we would be applying that kind of definition through the informal review process, and then the formal review process. And then I think it's also good to note that the office FAR cap is also intended to help kind of encourage ground floor retail, because if you are allowed a 4-story building, but you're only allowed 2.75 FAR of office, then there's potentially, almost potentially about 1 FAR worth of additional building area you might be allowed. That would have to be some kind of ground floor commercial use.
Okay, that gives me more information. I have to say I am a little concerned about, just kind of because of the developers I've talked to and how many of them just want to do administrative office, plain and simple. And I'm afraid with the discretionary review, I mean, for me, I feel like that doesn't give me anything to hang my hat on, that just to say, I hope that discretionary review takes care of it, because it hasn't, kind of all up and down the street, whether it's private eateries on the ground floor or lobbies, they're kind of proliferating. So I'd like something with a little more traction, something that they don't say we get it by right. Because I think that if we're all ground floor lobbies and private cafeterias, not a vibrant space. So I'll be thinking about that.
Thank you. Are there any remaining questions? If not, would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. Let's go ahead and allocate 2 minutes. The first speaker is Bruce England.
Nope, you don't hear me okay. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 minutes. Okay, here we go. Speaking for Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive, speaking for Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning, carrying forward what Councilmember Hicks already said and others. Coverage for ground floor retail is good, but I'd like to see ground floor retail be truly public accommodating with no dead zones, with spaces level with the ground, as opposed to raised to ensure full accessibility. And then all the points about vacancy, vacant windows and storefronts, equal concerns on that as well. On the lighting thing, I wanted to make sure I got that in, that there's a note in the report about incorporating a dark sky compliant lighting. And for Green Spaces Mountain View, I want to note that lighting decisions relating to safety can be readily accommodated through established dark sky standards. Just increasing lighting is often not the way to address or improve safety. We trust that Public Works and Community Development will take all concerns into account when they tackle updates to the lighting ordinances in the near future. Also on the windows, the report asserts that window standards ensure buildings have a more traditional punched window appearance instead of more modern glass curtain wall appearance. This is great for reducing light leakage and to prevent injury to birds flying in the area. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is James Kuzmal.
Good evening, Council. James Kuzmal speaking for myself tonight. The first thing I wanted to note was on Amendment 2 regarding the maximum office FAR. It's very confusing as someone trying to follow these things, how this interrelates with the proposed temporary office cap that I recall as even the same FAR. And so I'm just confused as to why that's also coming forward tonight. although on the merits of that, I would also note that it is unclear to me how a FAR cap on office serves any of the purposes, given that we already have Amendment 1 to incentivize ground floor retail over offices, and given that fundamentally, even for all the fiddling we do about trying to regulate ground floor uses and facades and the such, when it comes down to it, if we want to support ground floor retail, we need to be able to have customers downtown who will use that retail, and office is a key component of that. It also hits home for me a bit since my employer right now is moving offices to a car-oriented hellscape in Santa Clara, and I greatly wish that we had more office downtown in Mountain View that perhaps we could have moved into. Secondly, on Amendment 3, the increase in the height cap, I appreciate that height caps are increasing and it's being made simpler. I still don't see any justification for having any height cap, particularly when having those sorts of arbitrary caps on building height just push more competition for ground floor use. So I would really like to see that reduced, or the height cap loosened or removed, so that we can get more office and housing above ground and more ground floor retail on the ground. And lastly, to Councilmember Hicks' notes about sidewalks, this is perhaps a bit more out of order, but I would look forward to us being able to widen our sidewalks as more developments go in, and perhaps use some of the street space currently used for parking for that, since the increased density will both make it easier to walk places, and if we're making our sidewalks wider, that makes it easier for people to walk places instead of driving their cars. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Peter Katz.
Here we go. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Ramirez and esteemed members of the City Council. This is Peter Katz, CEO of the Mountain View Chamber of Commerce. I want to start by complimenting City staff on undertaking a very important and needed revision of the Downtown Precise Plan. We recognize that tonight's presentation covers only Phase 1, which is largely architectural, and we applaud the desire to keep the look and feel of downtown unique and distinct. As Vice Mayor Hicks said, we need to incorporate the points raised in the economic analysis and the ones we assume will come out of the Vitality Plan. We are eager to work closely with the city on these items in Phase 2, especially those related to permitting requirements and processes. For Phase 1, as Councilmember Showalter noted, nowhere is there mention of addressing empty storefronts. These blank spaces sap the vibrancy of the street, negatively affecting both the ambiance and character of downtown, as well as income for our businesses, many of whom are still barely surviving. The Chamber and the City have worked repeatedly with some landlords to activate their windows with displays, pop-ups, and artwork. We even partnered with TheaterWorks to promote an upcoming performance, which was a win-win all the way around. However, as Assistant City Manager Shrivastava notes, other landlords remain content to simply do nothing, despite numerous attempts by both the Chamber and the City to engage them. While these owners may not feel the pain, their actions have a devastating impact to those around them. And as Councilmember Lieber notes, we lack the teeth to really affect the change. We urge the city to take action to deal with these specific circumstances in constructive ways, like being required to display artwork or otherwise activate the window space. We have many ideas and resources that can be deployed quickly, and the Chamber eagerly will make them happen, but permission is needed, either from the landlords willingly or from the city if new rules are added to the Precise Plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. The next speaker is Carlos Valdez.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Carlos Valdez. I am a field representative for Carpenters Local Union 405. I'm going to talk about the need for area standards for our community, especially for projects like this. What is area standards, you may ask? Area standards stands for healthcare, apprenticeship, and livable wages. Let's begin with healthcare. Do you know that nearly 50% of California construction workers rely on some form of public assistance? Also, 1 out of 4 construction workers in California lack health insurance. That's 2.5 times the rate for all California workers. When it comes to apprenticeship, construction apprenticeship programs are a proven escalator to the middle class, training tens of thousands of California residents every year at no cost to taxpayers. Because of increased wages and lack of student debt, construction apprenticeship can be a better option than a traditional undergraduate program for many young people. Livable wages. Livable wages there are needed for allow the workers and their families to live in this community that they work in. It also means that those wages go back into our community as they spend their earnings, and their tax dollars will keep help funding our local schools and governments. So it would be a right move to make these area standards a must for projects like the one that's on the table. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Robert Cox.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, I'm Robert Cox, speaking for Livable Mountain View. We support the staff recommendation, the most important point of which is to remove the conditional use permits for ground floor administrative office in the historic retail district. We urge the council to stay firm on this point, even though there are currently some ground floor vacancies in the historic district. Right now, some downtown businesses are languishing while others are thriving. What I've been told by those in contact with the businesses is that adaptation is the key to this. Our new takeout option are faring better than those who simply maintain their traditional offerings. Staff should be collecting best known practices for post-COVID success and spread the word to help make our downtown businesses successful. Beyond that, we need to acknowledge that the property taxes on some of our historic buildings are so low that the landlords may not see any urgent reason to rent their buildings out. Other Bay Area cities have dealt with this by imposing a vacancy tax. The money raised by such a tax could be used to help landlords who are willing to rent their buildings out and improve them and attract more customers. Above all, let's stop complaining about why things aren't like they were and embrace a new post-COVID 21st century vision for our downtown. Remote work has isolated people, and a thriving, interactive social downtown will be the remedy. We have often called our downtown Mountain View our community's living room. Let's legislate like we believe it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Helen.
Yes, hello, good evening, Mayor and City staff, City Council. This is Hala Al-Shawani, longtime resident of Mountain View. I am very supportive of the staff recommendations to our council, and I am very proud of our council members pushing our staff to even do more and include more community input in the changes for the amendments to the precise plan for downtown. I strongly support the comment from council about having transparent, clean windows and absolutely no office use buildings or office use in the first level floors of the buildings on the historic portion of Castro. In fact, all of Castro Street. It needs to be a public realm, open to the public, interactive, clean, and inviting first floor all over the street. I also strongly support Vice Mayor Hicks in requiring that the lobbies are not allowed or allowed in a very limited space so that it's fair for the business to have an entryway, but it's not taking advantage of that provision and making essentially the first floor a lobby, because that really just means a dead zone for the public. One thing it just came to my mind when Vice Mayor Hicks was mentioning that when I've been to big buildings in other cities where there is office or even residential, they'll often have a small coffee shop or some kind of retail services within the lobby, actually right next to the front desk, so that it is friendly, it is inviting, and it's open to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hala. The next speaker is Alex Brown.
Hey, friends. As someone who goes downtown pretty often, I also want the land use to be focused on the people downtown, not the maximizing profit of the people who are speculating on the land values or just holding on to a building that they inherited decades ago because they can. A city should be for its residents, for the people there, for visitors. The ground floor is the most valuable part of it. It's the most accessible. It has a lot of opportunity to have synergies between businesses where people go to one thing, see something that they might want in a window, stop at that store. But in order to do that, we have to limit the ability to just parasitize the city and extract as much money like through tech startups as you possibly can. It's not fair, it's not good, it's not helpful to the people. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no other members of the public wishing to speak, I will bring the item back to council for deliberation and note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the resolutions attached to the report. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I would be prepared to make a motion, but I'd like to know from staff, how can we encompass some of the comments that have been offered up in terms of the ground floor administrative offices and the lobbies and those other forms of dead zones?
I can sort of list some items if the council wishes to adopt it, but direct staff to follow up on some of those items, we can do that. And some of those will come back as precise plan amendments as we review phase 2. Others, we may just be doing follow-up, code enforcement, or the economic vitality strategy. So I can list the items that I heard, and that could just be added separate from the motion on the precise plan itself.
Okay. And Mayor, I'd be ready to make a motion when the time is right, but I see that my colleagues have things to say as well, so I'll hold off on that for now.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yeah, so I would actually like to hear Ms. Srivastava's list before we go to the motions, so I would know whether I wanted to, change if something is not on the list, maybe we put it into the motion. So are you prepared to? I have another comment or two, but are you prepared to read your list off at this point or later?
I could read it if you're. If I was starting to number some of them, but I could do it as I'm reading. The first item is to follow up on looking at wider sidewalks along these streets, and I will include internal pathways or distances between buildings as part of it. Since
in next to the Sobrato building, there was like a sidewalk and a green space, and I think that's the way it's called out in the downtown precise plan. It's ground level open space. Because I think on like some very public blocks, like the one with the library on it, those two things kind of get mixed sometimes. I thought it was appropriate the way it was named in the precise plan. So wider sidewalks and, planting strips or whatever. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. What else is on
Sure. So wider sidewalks, and that's kind of along the street, but also as they may exist in internal pathways. That was my intent, and we'll follow up. Okay. The second item had to do with vacant storefronts and follow up on strategies with the economic vitality strategy. And that would include the vacancy tax or, other issues, programs, and ideas that would allow the city to be a little more, give the city a little more authority to get involved if there were recalcitrant landlords. The third was just code enforcement in general, boarded plywood and, windows and other things. So I'll just add that to the vacant property list. Mirror glass, I think we confirmed that our current rules won't allow it. One of the things we will do is go back and look at past projects, the ones that were mentioned, to see if they're deliberately flaunting any of the rules that were in effect at the time, so we could go code enforce. And then alternatively, in the downtown precise plan, we could look at other options to see how do we treat projects that are already approved, but do we want to phase some of these things out? But we can't do it today, but we'll follow up on that. That's item 3. Item 4, I think Dawn mentioned that she would be coming back with a CIP program related to the lighting study and the findings of the lighting study related to safety and security in the downtown. And I could say that we will certainly look at that and the dark sky ordinance in coordination with that when we do the precise plan part 2 for private property, if there are any. So that's item 4. Let me see what else. There was some discussion about eminent domain. I don't know if there are specific properties, and I know we have one on our list. We'll certainly follow up on that. I don't necessarily see it being incorporated into a precise plan, but I'll just call it item 5, follow up on the eminent domain options for certain property. I will hold off the issue of ground floor lobbies. I'll certainly call it item 6, Vice Mayor, because it's certainly an issue we need to address. And that is my list.
So a couple questions about the list. You said hold off on ground floor lobbies. Is that something you're going to look into and come back to speak about it?
Well, we have 2 options, and I wish I had the chance to maybe talk to our urban planner, planning consultant, or maybe Eric could follow up. But an example of what we would typically include, and I right off the bat, I don't know if that's the right number. We could say something like, lobbies are limited to X feet, right? You could reasonably expect that 25 feet should be enough for entry and to deal with any, ground floor space up to a certain depth, beyond which they all need to be retail, right? Or the active uses. That's an example. Or we could say 25 feet or 50%, whichever is lower, or 25 feet and 20%, whichever is lower. Those are examples of a standard we would typically apply when we were trying to limit so that we give them enough space for what they need, but no more than a certain percentage. That's an example of what we would use. But today, if you had to ask me, I would say the 25 feet is reasonable. If council wanted to apply it. Now, ground floor lobbies are not specifically allowed, but they will be used because, offices are only allowed on the upper floors. So we know they'll use them. And like Eric said, we have the ability through design review to require other active uses and for people not to kind of use up all the front space. But if council's interested in a specific standard, I would recommend the 25 feet and not having the chance to really talk this through. I think Eric and I thought this would be a reasonable standard.
So yeah, I did get a chance to hear from the urban design consultant. I think one way to think about this, we could limit it to 20 feet or 25% of the building frontage, whichever is less. I think that's kind of the first thing that our team mentioned. And I think one way to think about this is that if you have a fairly narrow building, so let's say you have a building that's only 20 feet wide or something like that, then you really wouldn't have enough building width to actually have a lobby in that case. You would really be limited to only access to upper floors. And so I think we could probably structure that standard. For example, we could modify that footnote that's on page on page 77 of the amendments to say something like lobbies no wider than 20 feet or 25% of building width are allowed, as well as access to upper floors. So that way we're clearly saying that even if you have a skinny building, you always can have the access to upper floors, but you don't necessarily get a lobby unless your building is wide enough to have that 20 feet, which would be 25% of the building width.
So I thought you were going to say you would come back to us with some options after consulting with your urban whatever designer, but if you're comfortable with that, and if council's comfortable with that as is, I would be open to either coming back with options or adopting what you're suggesting now. If council is comfortable, if you're comfortable and council is comfortable with that, either one, I'm open to either one. Okay, so having said that, let's see. And the one other related to lobbies that I guess was not on your list is private food services on the ground floor. That's another one I think we need to disallow. Would it be better to just add that as an additional amendment right now, or would you want to come back in some way?
Eric, this issue occurred in Area J, but I want to look at our current list of uses to see if private uses would be allowed in A, G, and H. I don't believe they would, but so we'll have to tackle Area J as part of downtown phase 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just, it came up, there is one in Area J, but I don't know at this point if I bought a building in Area H and put office on top, would there be anything to stop me from putting private food service on the ground floor? Just because it's now in Area J doesn't mean that's the only place somebody can do it.
I think we'd have to look at, our definition of restaurant. I think the kind of common definition of restaurant is something that, generally serves the public, right? I mean, that's a private office, food service for a private office, you wouldn't really call a restaurant. But I think we'd have to look at those definitions. I'm sorry, I don't know under what land use the site on the corner of Castro and Church that situation was approved as, whether it was approved as a restaurant or whether it was approved as an accessory to the office use. And if it is the latter, then the situation would be resolved already. It wouldn't be an issue that we'd have to worry about for Area H. But if it was the former, then that could be something that we could come back and report back to you on.
So I think what I would like to ask is that be put on the list. Ms. Srivastaba's list.
Yes,
to
we'll
look
add
into.
item 7, which is to look at food service, disallowing food service uses on the ground floor.
Thank you very much.
Private food service, okay.
Okay, so my additional comments are, don't worry, they're not too many. My additional comments are, I completely agree with what Councilmember Showalter said about windows. I have concerns not just about dirty and blank and mirrored windows. I guess Councilmember Lieber brought up some of those, but also about what needs to be in the windows. I think it was Mr. Anderson who said a shopping experience, something that adds to vibrancy. And I think that, so I wanted to say that I agree with that whole realm of discussion and would push it even a little further to be more windows, more, you know, showcasing more vibrancy. But I think that can be part of a program, an economic vitality program. And it was even mentioned in the economic analysis in attachment 8, that there could be, I could probably find it here somewhere where I took notes, but that we could have a program that would interact with, I think Mr. Katz also brought this up, but that could interact with property owners and business people to get those windows to be more vibrant, in addition to clean and not mirrored. So I think that can be put off, but I agree with that. The one additional thing that I would like to maybe add, because I think it's a pretty simple amendment, is that we have several buildings in the downtown that the entrance is not at grade level. One of those is the Bryant Plaza that we've been talking about, and another is the Kaiser building and the 444 Bank of America building. I think that really detracts from public use when, you know, what's the first story is above my eye level and I can't see in, or, you know, is fairly high. It kind of says to me, it kind of reads as this is not a public space. And in fact, those 3 buildings, the ground floor mostly is not public spaces. They're lobbies and things that you're not allowed in. So I would like to say that at least in areas H, G, and A, that entries need to be at grade level, that they're not, you know, up high. So that would, I think that's a pretty simple thing to add, and I would propose adding that. And I see Councilmember Showalter looks like she has a question about that.
Mayor?
Well, I'm inclined to go, no motion has been made, so I'm inclined to continue based on the order of the hands that were up, but you're welcome to speak to it later. But I'm going to count on staff's support, and I'm trying to keep track of all of the ideas as they come in. But I think, you know, once the motion is made, it might be good to do a recap of all of the other ideas that are being incorporated. Vice Mayor Hicks, did you have anything else?
No, the only one I did incorporate. The rest of them, I think staff will come back at some phase 2 or whatever, or economic vitality. The only one that I'm proposing is that that entries be at ground level, that they not be built up in some way. That's the only one.
Vice Mayor, I'll ask, I believe there is such a requirement. I think, Eric, can you find it where we look at grade level entries?
Edgar, is it there? Did we have the grade level entry standard?
I can double check, but if I recall, we had something in there pertaining to entries being within a 1 foot of grade, and that's just me going off my memory. But I would double check it.
So let us look for that, Councilmember Hicks, and we need a little bit of flexibility because, you know, grades are not that easy to match, and standards become very rigid. So
Yes.
Sorry, if people can make their other comments, we'll take the time to review that.
No, I agree with that, within a certain reasonable number of feet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. So in general, I support staff's recommendations. I guess where I'm having little, I guess I'm a little confused as to what we're doing with this growing list of items, because I actually have concerns with several of them. And I'll just start with the preface that I think, you know, as I listen to the examples that are being provided, what I've seen over time is that, and I guess my assumption was that I think we used to require retail on the ground level, but the examples where we don't have retail there anymore, most of them, if I recollect historically correctly, have been done by waivers. So Church and Castro Street, and I wasn't on council at that time, I believe, or I had to recuse myself because of where I live. We did require, I believe we required retail, and that development was able to get a waiver from not having to have retail there. I don't know, you know, if what we specified or it was specified what was going to go there, but the council basically waived the requirement of retail. When we talk about, I think if I'm correct in the parcel, I think it's Villa and Bryant. That one, there's a big lobby, but we had required retail again. A coffee shop was being talked about. But again, this was when I wasn't on council, I don't think. The applicant came, or the parcel owner came and said he had tried to put in a coffee shop, but the size of that part, the space was not conducive to a coffee shop. So the council at that time waived that requirement to have retail. So I guess this is where I would ask staff, if we were just to say require retail on ground level, would we be able to resolve a lot of these issues? Because that's how it seems like these over time, we've had these exceptions happen, and that's what's created these challenges. So could staff maybe respond to that?
I can take a stab, and then I can let Eric or Edgar specify. I think that's exactly the reason why we're even disallowing administrative office, because it used to be allowed with a provisional use permit, and we wanted to make it very clear. So we have taken some of our lessons learned from the past to say we're taking this option off the table right away.
Yes, so I appreciate that, and I guess it's now just like maybe a nuance of terms, but it sounds like some of these, the conversations going on, what's administrative office or what's the cafeteria, for a company considered. So like, rather than getting into the wording, I guess it would be, but maybe flipping the wording to say we require retail on all ground level parcels, could that potentially just take care of all of these issues we've had?
I would say the issue of ground floor uses, we plan to tackle as part of the economic vitality strategy and downtown phase 2, because what we are learning is retail is no longer a viable use, and we have to expand the list of uses, but expand it in such a way that they're still pedestrian oriented. So we may not be able to make the change today, but it's definitely on our docket. I mean, it was shown to us by the economic vitality analysis we did, and we don't have to put a number to this one. We are going to tackle it.
Okay, so I understand that, and I guess that would be, or my response would be that retail, the face of retail is changing, so we just need to be inclusive of what retail means in this day and age, and also just into the future too, to word it in a way that would would go with the changing times as to what retail or, I don't even, maybe saying public serving business. I'm not really quite sure what the wording is, but I think you understand. It sounds like we're heading that way. It's just challenging for me personally because I believe I will be conflicted out of phase 2. This is, a little tricky for me. And that's what's happened in the past as well. In terms of, and these, I think these really relate more to the economic vitality strategy, but some of the items I heard about a vacancy tax or, I look at this, I don't know if folks know, but when I was much younger, for a while, I owned a small business and I learned a lot about how challenging it is to run a small business. And when I see some of these issues like a vacancy tax coming up, I'm cautious of that because what I'm looking for is how do we incentivize, how do we, help, especially in this time of post-COVID, a potential economic downturn. I am concerned about anything that looks like we're penalizing businesses instead of supporting and trying to foster them. So, and I think, and I remember there's a Leadership Mountain View group that did a study, and they went door to door on 20 or so businesses. And I remember their report out was that each business is very unique and different as to why they're in the situation they are. So, I just want to be, and maybe being included in our economic vitality strategy, but I don't want us to just, make assumptions and have these blanket, we need a vacancy tax assumptions. I think we really need to look at each business case by case and then with eminent domain too, I think there's really only one potential for something like that. But I would say, I'm doing a lot of eminent domain at VTA right now. And at the end of the day, we still have to offer the property owner fair market value for their properties. And I just don't see where, we have that kind of funding right now to be doing something like that. So I'm not really interested in looking at something that I don't think is, realistically in the realm of possibilities at this time. I do support the issue of lobbies too. I think that one I go back to maybe this question of ground floor uses, because the lobby, like for instance at 650 Castro, that has 1 ounce coffee on one side and Vitality Bowl on the other, I think that works perfectly fine. Again, at the Bryant Street project, if we had a coffee shop in there, it might have been okay. So I think, as long as we can find a way to, and maybe the proportionalization of how big that lobby or wide that lobby can be might be the answer. But again, I would just go back to, how are we going to ensure ground floor being some kind of retail establishment? So my question was, with those 6 or 7 items, are we going to vote on each one at this point, or what is are you going to study them all and bring it back? And then if you are, I would say I'm not interested in eminent domain. You can study the vacancy tax, but again, I think we really have to be, careful and mindful and treat each business case by case. So how are we moving forward, I guess is my question. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's an important question, and it might be good to check in with staff. Are some of these items something that you would like to receive direction on today? And are there other items that you'd prefer that would be discussed in the context of goal setting, for instance? Is that something you could help us better understand?
Yes, Council Member, Mayor, items 1 through 7 that I listed, I'm happy to go over them again. we were going to take back with us, and I could point which project would address it. Many of these would get taken up in the economic vitality strategy, but would get implemented in either the downtown precise plan or another ordinance, depending on what the implementation item is. So we could have a generic goal around studying it in the economic vitality strategy, and then coming back as part of the downtown precise plan phase 2 or other implementation actions for these. And that gives us some flexibility, I think. And then on the issue of grades and balconies, I could just say, Vice Mayor, we took another look at areas A, G, and H. We don't specifically have a grade requirement for entries. And so we could do one of two things, which is come back, take another look at it with our urban design consultant and recommend it as phase 2. That would be more comfortable for me, because we have to think about a lot of things like accessibility and building codes. And I don't feel prepared to throw out a number that's not going to cause a problem. So we can throw it in as item 8 to address in the downtown precise plan, phase 2.
I mean, I would do that. I don't know if I'm speaking out of turn, but I would say add it to the list.
Well, when the motion is made, we'll clarify which items we would like to elevate. Councilmember Abe-Toga, did you want to add anything else, or do you have a new set of ideas?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I did forget. I forgot to mention one thing as we were talking about, or I started talking about, incentive, and this might be more, it probably is more under economic vitality, but when I read the analysis, and it's something that actually I noticed as I had been walking downtown, some of the buildings just look really tired. And and I've been thinking, yeah, that we need to do some facade improvements, but those costs are a lot, 250 to 500,000. I've heard from property owners. So when we were talking during COVID and ARPA funding, when we were talking about business grants, I was actually thinking of can we do bigger grants that could help with things like facade improvements? So as I know, I think we're really right now talking about standards and requirements and whatnot, but that's really something that I think we need to pursue. Is because I talked to some business owners about it, and they had said, well, the challenge with that is that if you improve the facade, then the property owner increases the rent to try to make up for the cost of the facade, the improvements, which I read in the report too. So that's where the grant idea was in my mind. And perhaps we can, tie that to something where we provide the grants with the understanding that the property owner would, charge current rents or a reduced rent or something, so that there's an exchange and value benefits. So I don't know if that's more economic vitality, but this is something that I've really been thinking about for quite a while since COVID started and we started seeing these empty storefronts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. Well, I feel like we've gone well beyond what was the original topic for tonight. So I do want to start with the original topic. I do support and appreciate staff's efforts to come up with modifications to the 3 areas that I'm hoping we can prove tonight. I also want to acknowledge the EPC's input, because I think they added a couple things that are important. And I appreciate that staff wants a little bit of time to take a look at one of them before moving forward with that. But of all the other things then that were talked about here tonight, I know I feel a sense of urgency to do something downtown, because it definitely needs our attention as well as the attention of the property owners and the business owners, the chamber, everyone else involved in this. Certainly the code enforcement items, I don't see any reason to wait on those. I think they should be done as soon as possible, especially the plywood. That really is an eyesore downtown. All the other items on the list, you know, I heard, you know, phase 2, economic vitality strategy, and part of me is thinking, gosh, isn't there anything we could do sooner rather than later? That we feel like we don't need to wait until phase 2 to complete the economic vitality strategy before we do something about it. And I guess the one that kind of stands out for me is doing something about the state of the windows on Castro. And I did listen to, no surprise here, a committee meeting. It was a joint committee meeting between the Downtown Committee and the Visual Arts Committee. And it was a really good meeting, very informative. And I heard the challenges that there are to get either the property owner, the business owner, to do something in their window. And there was really only one case that we heard about where that happened. But maybe if the city was more involved, we could do something about that, because I don't really want to wait a really long time and have, you know, this completely buttoned up program. I feel a sense of urgency to do something like right now to address that. And I don't know if that's possible, because then I get to, oh my gosh, you know, we have, we typically prioritize things as part of the work plan. And we have talked about a lot of things here tonight that I think are more than simple things to do, that I do think they should be part of the discussion about the work plan. While I appreciate staff's willingness to look at them all, or it's part of this phase 2 or part of the economic vitality, maybe we need to take a look at the overall scope. But I am hoping we can figure out something we can do sooner rather than later to address the look of the windows in downtown, to make them more interesting. It's great that Kiwi has now opened a storefront. As we noted, it's interesting how they went from strictly online to now having a storefront, where a lot of other businesses go the opposite way. But it's great. And I hear people, as you walk downtown, you know, talking about them, which is awesome. But how do we get more activity quickly in the other windows? And I don't know if staff has any ideas about that, or how we could maybe prioritize that. But that one is really, really important, I think, to do to make downtown more interesting. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Artie.
If I may respond, and I might have to rely on the city manager to help a little bit here, but I think the very things that frustrate council do frustrate staff, and we would love to spend time on some of these things. I'm just trying to count on my fingers the people I have. I'll just give you an example. You know, 2 out of almost 3 positions in economic development are vacant. We're looking to fill it, but it'll take some time. And that's the reason why I'm recommending folding it into already existing work. So the work we have is economic vitality strategy, which has already started. We have work with the ad hoc committee and the PED mall. And so we can build some of this into that. And then we've got the downtown phase 2, which is a little more long-term, but can really solidify a lot of the requirements. And so I would recommend that we take, if council is interested in some short-term stuff, and see what we can fold into the work that's being done by the downtown team as part of the ad hoc committee. But I do want you all to keep in mind that it's the same people. trying to do all these things, and we will do our very best. But the very reason that these haven't been possible is because we have tried over the years. And I think the things that we might be thinking of are still not the greatest tools. And we might have to rely on the set of tools that come out of the economic vitality strategy to really be effective. So with that caveat, I could offer these three efforts and to see if we can do some immediate things as part of the ad hoc committee focused on Castro.
I do feel compelled to bring up that, well, the ad hoc committee really has a great ability to handle what's happening in the public right away. And the next meeting is planned for Thursday, and starting to get feedback on what the city's design standards and requirements and guidelines would be for businesses to use the public right away in order to kind of lift the overall aesthetics and images of what's happening in the right of way. Now, if we can find a way to leverage that in terms of businesses taking more pride in their facades, into their windows, that would be great. But even the staff working on the Castro Ped Mall has also found it very challenging to really encourage the businesses and the property owners to improve the look of their buildings, to deal with the windows, because it's private property, it's private business buildings. So, you know, we will continue to kind of leverage the work we're doing at the Ped Mall in our discussions with the businesses. Let's take greater pride. You know, the Ped Mall itself isn't going to be a total solution to economic vitality and revitalizing the downtown if you're not a partner in this and doing your part for the buildings themselves that are fronting the Ped Mall. But we have the same tools that you've already heard about, where we can use code enforcement, we can encourage, but after that, we really need the economic vitality strategy to really see what other tools that we can make use of.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Well, I was just going to make a comment about how worrying about grade level entrances may be at odds with flood protection needs and flood risk reduction. So we have to be careful about that. And so I'm just going to put that out there. But since the conversation has progressed, I'm also going to add a couple more things. One, I would urge everybody to go up to the Town and Country in Palo Alto. It's kind of isn't it on the corner of Embarcadero and El Camino? Everybody, okay, yeah, all right. I was there this summer, and I would imagine it's still there. It's been upgraded. They had quite a few vacant storefronts there, but what they had done with them is they had put essentially either really nice displays in the window, or they had put butcher paper in the window that was covered with artwork that essentially some of it advertised some Palo Alto activities, some of it just talked about what Town and Country was, but it was nice, it was attractive, it was clean, and I don't know how they did it. And granted, that's one shopping center, so the governance is much more simplistic. But I was going to ask the attorney, I mean, what would happen if the city of Mountain View went to the vacant storefronts, put them with, have been vacant, covered them with butcher paper for Christmas, and had CSMA draw pictures on it? I mean, what's the worst that could happen? They go rip them off? I don't know. I just think we need to sort of think that we need to get to the point where we don't always think that the city has to do the work. We have some real talented institutions in our community that might be able to help us out, as well as the performing, I mean, not the graphic arts committee. So just that idea that staff always has to do it. I think sometimes what we need to do is give permission for some of our other community institutions to take part. And that's all I'm going to say. But anyway, I'm going to support the motion. I like it. I would really appreciate getting something done pronto in the downtown, but I don't think that's too likely. But I mean, I'm all for it if we could possibly do that. And I really don't think the idea of CSMA and butcher paper is all that bad. So that's it for me.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm prepared to make a motion if the time is right. And so I'd like to go ahead and move that we adopt the addendum to the 1999 and 2004 Downtown Precise Plan, Initial Study, Negative Declarations, in the Mountain View 2030 General Plan and Greenhouse Gas Reduction Program, Final Report, Environmental Impact Report in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines 15162 and 15164. And second, that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending the downtown P19 Precise Plan to update design standards and guidelines in areas A, G, and H, and disallow administrative office use in ground floors of Castro Street and side streets of Area H to be read in title only, further reading waived, and that we receive follow-up information from staff on how the 9 priorities that were identified slot into the existing work going forward from staff.
Thank you very much. And staff, for our benefit, would you mind running through those items one last time?
Yes. Item 1 is to take a look at widening sidewalks and internal pathways. And I'll qualify, especially where we have taller buildings alongside them. Sorry, item 2 is to look at tools that we can put in our toolkit to deal with vacant property. And that would be a gamut of, running from incentives to a vacancy tax. Item 3 would be to review the issue of windows and to take a look at a variety of incentives and working with property owners, but it would also include, I think, some follow-up on a particular project that we will be doing on various. Item 4 will be, the lighting, the downtown lighting study, following up on that, and what we're going to do with the public realm. And then fold in lighting standards for the private development as part of phase 2. Item 5 would be to look at the issue of eminent domain for a particular site. And now this wouldn't be folded into any strategies, but I think we might have to separately follow up on this. Item 6 is ground floor lobbies, the issue of ground floor lobbies, and making sure that they don't take up all the frontage or a good part of the frontage. Item 7 is disallowing food uses. And item 8 is making sure that entries to buildings are generally at or about grade level, and we will take into account a variety of issues as we study it, including access and flooding and
So that's the list?
That's my list.
Okay, thank you. And checking with the maker of the motion, Councilmember Lieber, is that the direction you're including in the motion?
Yes, that we receive information back from staff about how that fits into the main projects that we have moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cabay?
Second.
Thank you very much. Are there any remaining questions or comments? Councilmember Matichak?
Yeah, sorry, can you please clarify number 3? I had some other stuff written down. Does that include the code enforcement issues?
Yes, the item, so Windows, there are many issues related to that. Basically working with people on displays, but also following up on specific code enforcement related to Windows.
Okay. And then what about the item Councilmember Albekoga brought up about facade improvements?
That would be
grants.
Yes, that would be in, so if they're not related to vacant properties and they're related to just properties in general, looking at facade improvements, I guess they would be a different item 9. I was putting them into the list of incentives all the way to looking at punitive, but if I know we're going to be looking at grants and other options, but trying to figure out, I had lumped it into vacant properties, but you know, they don't necessarily have to be vacant. You could pull that out as a separate item if council's interested, you know?
Councilmember Matichak, did that answer all of your questions? Okay. Councilmember Albekoga.
Yes, so I was primarily interested in it being a part of vacant properties because I've heard, or you know, that, and I've seen, I think that's one of the barriers to getting new tenants in. But you know, I'm certainly open to looking at just facade improvements in general, and frankly, the barrier to entry because of the requirements that are very costly for businesses when they want to start downtown. And then I just want to say, you know, I'm not gonna not vote for this motion for one item, but I really am not interested in eminent domain. Thanks.
Thank you. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to provide a clarification about the funding for potential business grants and kind of what's potentially coming down the pike. So if council will recall, and I know it wasn't that long ago, but there's been so many things happen since then. During the budget adoption in June, council allocated various funding for many ARPA funding programs. There were a couple buckets of funding that council allocated that at that time, staff had not yet had a fully baked or developed program. It was just in the idea iteration phase of what council was interested in. And then staff was going to bring a recommended program or project back to council. So one of those buckets of funding was $500,000 for some sort of business grant or program. At that time, we thought maybe it could be for sustainability improvements or things that small businesses would need. And what I'm hearing now and what I've been hearing at various points at other agenda items and certainly in the subcommittee, the downtown subcommittee meeting, is that council would be interested in taking that funding and really looking at how we might be able to bolster window improvements or other improvements that might just help with some of the visuals and the aesthetics. So that is something that staff is going to currently be working on. We just received the ARPA funding I think it was only like a month and a half ago. And that is just the funding from the federal government. So that's why this is kind of taken a while. And just also as a reminder to council and the public, that funding does not have to be spent until the end of 2026. So it wasn't like we have to, immediately jump on it and spend it right away. But obviously this is very important to council and to staff. And I just wanted to note that I am hearing you, and I'll put that on the table for you all. Because that's where I'm hearing that you're going. I'll also mention that the second, another pot of funding that you all allocated was another, I believe it was another $500,000 for workforce development. And that is also something that staff is working on, some sort of program or recommendation on where council might be able to allocate that funding for programs for folks that are residents of Mountain View to help them with training or needs and getting into the workforce. So not necessarily directly related to this agenda item, but I wanted to at least flag it because those were your two separate buckets of funding that we hadn't yet quite identified what we were going to do with. So I wanted to point that out. Then the second item that I wanted to point out was just the capacity of staff. So as RT mentioned, we've had staff leave the area, just like many other agencies and just like you've been hearing me talk about the past couple of years. So we are really trying to build up our economic development division right now, and we are in the process of recruitments, and you will also have a position brought to you at mid-year in February to approve a new position in economic development that will help with all of these efforts, but it's going to take time. So also in February, you're going to have your work plan process. So I'll just remind all of you that all of these things that you're talking about tonight and housing element items that you'll be talking about next week and all of the other items are all going to be on this really long laundry list of things that staff is going to have, the next couple of years to work on. So you'll be hearing me talk about discipline with adding more things because we're just going to have to get through all of these really important projects and priorities. So I just wanted to let you all know that is a priority right now. We are in the middle of recruiting and hopefully filling a position. And then you all will have the opportunity to approve a new position in February. So I hope that adds a little bit more context, but I think this is all very important, and staff certainly hears council and shares your concerns and priorities for downtown. So I just wanted to take note of that and let you know what's going on.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I think that the facades are incredibly important. If you stand on one end of Castro Street and you look down the street, you see mostly the brown color of the recycled paint that the city offered for free at one point in time. And, it is not necessarily our vacant properties, but some of the properties that do have active businesses in them that have drooping awnings that are hanging free and flapping in the wind, large populations of pigeons, etc. So I think that is very important, and we do have this one-time only federal money that can be used between now and 2026. So I'd like to suggest bringing it to our goal setting to set some parameters on it so that we can ensure that we aren't just using the public's money to help out absentee landlords who have dilapidated, bringing to it some elements where we're helping legitimate, striving businesses that are here in town, and we're getting some benefit for the taxpayer dollar, because we've talked a lot over the past couple of years about, well, we'll use next year's money, and we know that with a very large deficit at the state level, $25 billion, perhaps $50 billion in the second year. And also what's going to surely be a growing unwillingness at the federal level with the changeover in the House to fund certain things. I'd really like to see us make judicious use of that money that we have. And so I'd like to suggest that development of those parameters come back at our goal setting, because we really do need to take fast action for the downtown. The downtown is on life support right now. And if we don't pull up on the rudder aesthetically and in terms of our code enforcement, in terms of good practices around grease disposal and garbage disposal and all those good things, then we'll have a larger situation that we need to deal with. So I think we do need to move towards that. And I think that at our February goal setting is a very good place to do that and make sure that we're using this one-time money in the best way possible.
Thank you. A quick check-in with staff. Is it important for us to provide direction to develop those parameters through the goal setting process, or does staff already have a process that you are using to come back to council with recommendations for the use of the ARPA funding?
Thank you, Mayor. So it was always staff's intention to come back to council as a separate agenda item and seek your approval of what the program would be. Timing wise, I'm not sure that it would coincide with that exact date of goal setting. But certainly if you all give the, go ahead that is what you would like staff to at least be planning for and trying to formulate, then we will bring back a separate agenda item just about that program. So you all can give proper direction on what you want to do and the final approval of it.
All right, so I thank you. That's helpful. I'm a little reluctant to force you to come back at a specific time if you don't have the capacity to do the work. But I think it's probably fair to say that based on the comments we've heard, the council would like to work on this as expeditiously as is reasonably possible. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. So we started out this conversation talking about the downtown area, the first three areas, and then phase 2 and economic vitality. And I was right there with everything until we got to number 9, facade improvements. And while I know using some of the ARPA funds to provide grants to address facade improvements downtown is really important, I don't want us to forget about our other businesses throughout the city. And I think they're just as important as the ones downtown. So I don't want to use all the ARPA funds on just downtown. I think we need to have a program where businesses throughout the city are eligible for those grants. Thanks.
Thank you. And then for my benefit, I think that's an important distinction to make. Does staff need any clarification or additional direction regarding the facade program, or is that going to come back as part of the broader discussion about the use of ARPA funding?
If I may add information, I think the economic vitality strategy was going to look at best practices and what has worked in facade programs. I know we used to have one back when we had a redevelopment, and we tried different things and ended up in a certain place. And so I think the consultant team has the ability to really provide some best practices that we can use. And then, when council gives us direction based on the building blocks of what we can use it for, then we can target it towards the best practice programs.
Okay, thank you. Are there any remaining questions or comments? Are there staff, do you have clarity on the motion? We've had you read it a couple of times now, but would it be helpful to go through it one more time? Or is everybody clear? Okay, I'm getting the impression that everybody's clear. Okay, well, if there are no remaining questions or comments, let's take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great. Thank you very much. That was a very comprehensive discussion, but an important one. And once again, we're very grateful to all of the staff who have been involved in this effort, going back to its prioritization, I think, in June 2019. So it's great to get phase one complete. So thank you again. We will now proceed to item 8, Council Staff Committee reports. I've got 2 I'm going to try and roll through pretty quickly. The first is in accordance with, I believe it's Council Policy A2. I'd like to disclose that I participated in the National League of Cities conference in Kansas City, along with several of my colleagues, and I believe that they will share substantially similar information. It is a taxpayer-funded trip, and so we are required to disclose it. Lots of really good opportunities and content, and I'll share 2 of the workshops I participated in that I thought were particularly interesting were discussions about state preemption on local housing and homelessness policy, although it was a different type of preemption from what we often see in California, often it's sort of a red state, blue city dynamic, interesting, but different from us. And then also in a workshop that Councilmember Showalter also joined regarding disinformation and misinformation and how local jurisdictions could try and address that concern. And then many of you, I think everyone in the council at least, participated in the tree lighting celebration last night. Unfortunately, the Grinch and I were unsuccessful in our efforts to disrupt it, but everybody had a good time notwithstanding. And I did want to take an opportunity to share my sincere appreciation to all of the staff who were involved in putting together that phenomenal event. And in particular, Community Services Director John Marchant, Recreation Manager Christine Crosby, the event chair, Maureen Razan Pieracci, and event co-chair Greg Milano, and then also event committee members from the Recreation Division, Michelle Peterson, Ashley Biddle, Jessica Morgan, Fabiana Carvalho, and Alejandra Hernandez. Event committee members from the Parks Division, including Barry Gomez, and event committee members from the Performing Arts Division, Stephen Crandall and Justin Hall. And then above and beyond the committee members, it took the following staff to make the night a reality. All available full-time recreation staff that worked on a variety of aspects of the event and were on site. Full-time staff from Parks and Performing Arts assisted leading up to the event and were on site, and over 20 hourly staff from Parks, Performing Arts, and Recreation assisted to ensure appropriate staffing last night. It truly took a village to put on that event. And then in addition to city staff involved in the planning efforts, Peninsula Youth Theater was integral in assisting with the script, Finding Our Grinch, and orchestrating the skit that I participated in with the Grinch and Santa. And representatives from Peninsula Youth Theater included Val Zvinyakowski, my apologies, I knew I was going to struggle with that, who played the Grinch. He is a 16-year-old actor who I thought did a phenomenal job, especially in that part where Santa took a little bit longer to get to the stage than I think we were comfortable with, but he really helped out making that, carrying us through that time period. And then Siobhan Phil and Karen Simpson, the executive director. So again, my sincere appreciation to everyone who helped out last night. It was a tremendous event. We probably had several thousand people. And as always, it's been a pleasure working with CSD and all of the staff this past year as mayor. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. Yes, it was a fabulous event last night. And I also want to thank staff for all the heroic efforts they go through to put these events on. It was phenomenal. I also attended the NLC conference in Kansas City. And, you know, I really can't say enough good things about it. I had a lot I wanted to say, but in the interest of time, I really appreciated a lot of the keynote speakers at the general sessions, including Dr. Sanjay Gupta, who talked about a lot of things. But one of the things that really hit home with me was the importance of nature to your mental health. And I thought, oh boy, I can really relate to that. There's nothing like a great hike to recharge your soul. The workshops were great. I attended quite a few, and they were very well done. And I also participated in a bunch of the mobile tours. And the Kansas City streetcar is an incredible form of public transit that they have. It's free. It's supported by a downtown tax on both residents and businesses. And it's incredibly efficient. And it brought together 3 parts of downtown that are separated by major freeways because it crosses them. And it just is a fabulous system. I was very impressed with it. I went to the revitalization of the historic 18th and Vine district, where the older buildings, some of which were public buildings, one of them says Public Works on it, are being revitalized. An elementary school is being redone, and the people that are responsible for kickstarting this redevelopment spoke with us, and they were just phenomenal. Their vision, their drive, it's going to be great when this is done. And then I also toured sports venues, and that was really interesting. Sports are huge in the area. Youth sports in particular are very huge in the area. And I visited a fairly new sports field that the staff of Kansas City identified as something that they needed because people were going to other cities and spending their money on restaurants and hotels for these tournaments. And they thought, wait a minute, this is our leaky bucket analysis. There's money to be retained in the city. So they built this incredible youth sports complex. I think it was 78 acres. And it included an all-inclusive playground. But ours is going to be so much better, I must say. Wait, I shouldn't have probably said that. Hopefully they're not going to watch this. But anyway, I was glad they thought about it. I also attended a Silicon Valley Regional Interoperability Authority meeting. I'm the alternate for the North County cities, and I attended as the alternate. I also participated in the Santa Clara County Airport Land Use Commission meeting. We are still working on an update to the San Jose Airport Comprehensive Land Use Plan. There was a Mountain View item, and I recused myself. I feel like that happens, it seems like almost every month. And then we had 2 council committee meetings, the Castro Pedestrian Mall ad hoc committee meeting where we went with staff walking down Castro Street and just talking about a lot of things that I think we'll probably continue the conversation about at our meeting this week. And then the other committee meeting was the Finance and Investment Review Committee meeting, where we reviewed the annual comprehensive financial plan, the ACFR, with the outside auditor and members of the city's finance team. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. I am Rusty. I forgot to move to continue the meeting past 10 p.m. So we will need to take a quick break to do that. Can I get a second, please? Councilmember Abekoga, thank you. Let's do a quick roll call vote.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Abekoga?
Aye.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. My apologies. We had been so good about finishing our meetings before 10 p.m. that I forgot about that. Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank Thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to report that I also attended the National League of Cities conference, and I went a little early as I was invited to participate in a focus group on the impacts of corporate landlords and local housing markets, which is very much tied to what the mayor is talking about. It's the challenges very different from our challenges. Frankly, I ended up learning a lot, but in various cities in the Midwest, these corporations come in and buy up, hundreds and thousands of units of housing, and then make it more unaffordable. And what I learned was the preemption issue was as the mayor described, when cities want to try to move to implement tenant protections, if they're a blue city in a red state, the state legislature comes in and stops any attempt to do so. And so it's very interesting. I wasn't really sure why I was invited to represent Mountain View, because our experience is very different. But I think I was able to share some of the measures that we have taken to try to continue to provide affordable housing opportunities. So I found it a very interesting, informative exchange. And I did end up going to workshops focused on affordable housing, but I have to say many of them, there's like strategies on how to provide more affordable housing. They're like 5 tools or and whatnot. We've actually checked every box off, so I felt like we could actually teach these workshops rather than I just have to say I didn't learn anything new. But I did attend one on pallet homes, which is something that I've been very interested in. They're like tiny homes, and thought that was an interesting concept. And I know some communities around us are looking at that or starting to implement. So it was interesting and informative to learn more about that type of housing option. And then I chaired an VTA ad hoc grade separations committee meeting. I think I mentioned the chair has created this committee, and it's comprised of Mountain View, Palo Alto, and Sunnyvale in an attempt to try to coordinate, work closely together, keep informed of each other's projects, and see where we can coordinate timing wise, and also share our experiences and where we are on our projects. And then we also have Caltrain staff at these meetings, in addition to VTA staff and our staff. Thank you to Ms. Don Cameron for staffing these meetings. But it was actually a very fruitful meeting we had, where we came up with some of the challenges that we're all experiencing. One of them being, of course, funding. And one of the questions that we've asked that we brought up or posed to the Caltrain board is the idea of cost sharing. At this time, the way it works is, Caltrain is in charge, or they take charge of the projects, but the cities, in coordination with VTA, who helps us with finding grants, are in charge of finding the funding to fund the projects. And there's a bit of a disconnect there, because Caltrain, I feel that if they're not in charge of finding the funding, they don't understand, or they're not as aware, or they're not as cognizant of the challenges of funding and how cost drivers can affect whether these projects can actually be completed or not. So that was one of the items that came out of this meeting that we are asking for follow-up on with Caltrain. So I am very encouraged. We're going to be meeting every other month through next year, and probably until these projects are completed. But I will continue to provide updates on that. And then my thanks to our staff for a wonderful tree lighting event. It was huge, so many people out there. I want to say maybe double what we had last year. And so every year gets bigger and more festive. So I'm very grateful to all the hard work put into that. And I also wanted to mention, I attended the Cops and Gobblers program that the police department and Public Safety Foundation put on, where they provide Thanksgiving meals to our lower income families. And I think there were 600 meals delivered this year, 26 years, I believe they've been doing this. And again, I just want to thank our police department personnel who do this really as a volunteer effort. For doing that and providing this this great service to our community. Just so proud of our employees, our staff here, our organization. So many thanks to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Well, I'm just going to follow up on a little bit because most of these things have already been reported on. I too attended the National League of Cities conference, and it was great fun, but boy, was it cold. It was 18 degrees on several mornings. That is really cold. And we just are not acclimated to that. And frankly, I'm very grateful that I don't have to be acclimated to that. But anyway, I would have to just ditto what Mayor Ramirez said about the disinformation and misinformation seminar. That was really interesting. We sat next to a journalist who, sort of a journalism professor who was also a council member, and had a very interesting discussion about how to really convey the truth to your constituents, and that you're trustworthy. And because if the information comes from a source that isn't considered trustworthy, people don't believe it. So the idea of thinking about both of those things and how to promote them, I thought was really good. And also sort of setting up a system of people in your community that help you get the information out. I thought was interesting. Another thing I really enjoyed from the Sanjay Gupta talk was the concept of planning for good public health for your community. What can you do from a land use planning point of view to promote good public health? I mean, clearly making the community walkable, having good parks, those are things that you can do. And obviously there's quite a bit of programming too. But anyway, it was just something that I've been thinking about. And I think we all should just kind of noodle on just what does that mean, and how can we put that into practice. And went to a BCDC meeting, and we are soon going to have a workshop on Bay Adapt, which I'll be talking to you more about. And I also want to mention the neighborhood committee meeting we had last Thursday. We had a very robust discussion about our work plan for the next year. And I think one of the things, everybody's very positive about the neighborhood meetings we have, where there are staff representatives from each department that are available to answer questions by the people in the region or the district or the area or whatever, the neighborhood, whatever we call these groups. That's really a very valuable service that we perform, and we want to continue to perform it. But we're interested in finding out how the community feels about having those be virtual, because it could be easier for people with childcare issues, et cetera, to take part. Or is it much more important to go back to having them in person? And so I think that's something we might want to figure out a way to query the community on. And staff is going to be working on that. So just those few things. And the tree lighting, yes, it was delightful. And the staff did a fabulous job. And we went out to dinner afterwards, and we weren't the only ones. So it was, I hope that it was good for the businesses and our community, as well as the, just all the residents that had a great time.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamei.
Great. Excuse me. Great. Thank you. So I also attended the National League of Cities. I think one of the best parts was visiting the hometown of our city manager. So that was really fun, and get to learn about the place that gave us such a wonderful city manager. And then just wanted to also report that we had a CARC meeting, a council appointment review committee on the 21st. I attended a CHAC finance committee meeting. We're actually holding our board meeting tomorrow. We're talking about an interim executive director, so I will keep council updated on the next steps there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Libras.
Thank you, Mayor. I also got to go out of town. I was in Sacramento yesterday for the swearing in of the new members of the legislature. And it was really impressive to see all the families that were gathered there and the real joy that's in public service that I know all of my colleagues here really feel. And then I was able to be back for tree lighting. And it was so inspiring to see families being able to bring their children and everybody taking photographs, and our city manager's daughter up on stage as the 8th council member up there was very, very impressive. And then I wanted to report that I had a little meeting with Councilmember Showalter the other day to talk about funding for estuaries and how the San Francisco Bay gets only a small fraction of the money that some of the other estuaries in the US get. And so I know that's something that she'll be following up on, and I'll be following up on as well. And talking about federal legislation, I wanted to see if it would be possible to get a straw poll going here to support at the federal level the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. And this is HR 1065. The Pregnant Workers Fairness Act at the federal level. And this is a bill that was sponsored in the House. It has already passed the House, but not yet the Senate, by Gerald Nadler from New York. And it is a bill that fine-tunes some employment practices to say that it's an unlawful employment practice to fail to make reasonable accommodations to known limitations of workers that are pregnant unless the accommodation would impose an undue hardship on an entity's business operation. I think that this is something that we can add to our federal portfolio and help to put our name behind to make sure that there is fairness for pregnant workers.
If it's okay with you, Councilmember Lieber, it might be good to have staff do a quick check with RPPG, just discern whether it's consistent with our adopted platform. And if it is, I'm happy to sign a letter drafted by staff and RPPG.
That would be very satisfactory. And if issues related to this policy area are not part of our portfolio, we can always consider adding that, because I think it should be part of what we put forward in terms of our policy goals and objectives.
City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Lieber. Yes, I think we can certainly ask our legislative advocacy firm for any feedback, and then Council will also consider your ledge platform in January. So that's when it's going to be coming to you. It's going to be the second meeting in January. So as mentioned, if there is a gap and you want to add this topic to your platform, you can certainly do that next month too.
That would be very satisfactory, and I'll note that the bill is co-authored by Congresswomen Anna Eshoo and Jackie Spear, who has made it a special priority in terms of her equity issues.
Thank you, and thank you for drawing our attention to that legislation. I'm pretty sure it will be consistent with our platform. Are there any remaining reports, comments, questions? If not, then we'll move to item 9, closed session report. City Attorney Logue, do you have a closed session report?
Thank you. I do have a closed session report this evening. In closed session this evening, City Council took final action on item 2.2 on the closed session agenda, which was a conference with legal counsel regarding the existing class action law filed by plaintiffs Celerina Navarro, Janet Stevens, Armando Covarrubias, Evelyn Estrada, Gabrielle Jaime, Alma Aldaco, and others similarly situated against the city of Mountain View. The City Council voted to approve settlement of the claim for cost and attorney's fees submitted by legal counsel for plaintiffs in the amount of $750,000. The vote passed with 6 ayes and 1 no vote by Council Member Showalter. The settlement of the claim for costs and attorney's fees in the amount of $750,000 will require final approval by the United States District Court. That's all I have this evening.
Thank you. That brings us to item 10, adjournment. Thank you so much for joining us. The next City Council meeting will be held on December 13th, 2022. Until then, stay healthy. The meeting is adjourned at 10:55 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Take care.